All right. I wanted to talk about the two topics on the screen, just men who pander for bucks. And I think this is something to be talked about because honestly, you know, I get a lot of flack from women about not being, I don't know. Some people tell me that I'm too nice to men. And even though I don't feel that I am, there are women that come on here and say a lot of stuff, but I constantly see them trusting in weird men online that pander. And I really want to talk about it because I want to talk about why do black women keep trusting men online who pander and grift? Like, if you're saying you don't trust men are bad, you don't trust men in your real life, why would you ever trust a man online? You know, that you don't have any like dealings with online. Like, why would you trust him? You know what I'm saying? That's something that I need an answer to immediately. I really want to talk about it. And I want to say, like, how can you say that you don't trust men, or men are bad, or men are capable or incapable of love or respect or caring about the black woman, but then turn around and trust a black man or a man in general online just because he said he cares? When you publicly saying that you care about black women on a public platform is very beneficial. Like, it's beneficial to you because you're going to get clout, you're going to get clicks, you're going to get views, you're going to get money, and you're going to get it in a way that black women don't get it because, contrary to popular belief of what people think about black women still very much want to be loved by men, interact with men, have men give them their perspectives, all of that, center their words. Because if that was not true, I wouldn't see so many of the men who pander to black women have huge followings, way more followings than the black women have. And the black women are the ones that have to live the same life that you live as a black woman, but they get way less following and way less clout. You know what I'm saying? Even though they can tell you something that you heard before because they lived it. But then all of a sudden, if a man says it, now all of a sudden he's going viral. You know, everybody's paying attention because all of a sudden he said something that was so deep and so accurate. Like, that doesn't make sense to me. And so that's what I wanted to talk about today. Like, honestly. And it's a big problem. And it's been a problem for a while now, to be honest. I don't oftentimes talk about it because I don't want to be messy. But I'll tell you, it's been women that have been in my like lives, or they've been in my comments, and they'll be like, oh, all men are bad. There's not a single solitary man that is good out here in these streets. Or they'll tell me that I'm like a sellout for like having a husband or something like that. Or they'll be like, every black man is terrible. And then the next thing you know, I'll see those exact same women in certain black men's panels that are popular here on TikTok and YouTube. Or I'll see them doing live streams with men. And I'm thinking to myself, didn't you tell me that all men were bad? Didn't you tell me that I was wrong and a sellout and I can't be trusted for having a husband? It's so weird to me. And I think that black women will continue to be taken advantage of forever until they are able to deeply unpack why they need male validation so much, or why they would listen to the words of a man over a woman. You know, and it's not that I'm here to preach hatred against men or anything like that, because I'm not. But what I do find to be strange is, don't tell me that you hate men, shame other women for saying they want to have a boyfriend, or they want to have a fiance, or they want to have a husband. Don't shame them for wanting that. And then I turn around and see you in some man's panel begging for a cookie, acting like a pick me. That's what I don't like. Why are you shaming other women when you doing it way worse? And then believing, to me personally, being a black woman and listen to a black man tell you that, he understands your plight and black women are so amazing and black women are so awesome and black women are so beautiful. And then you find out who he's married to and she's not even black, but yet y'all still believe this man that he thinks black women are so awesome and amazing. That also don't make no sense. Cause contrary to what anybody would like to say, there are plenty of beautiful, educated, intelligent, superb, stellar, amazing black women out there that have nobody that will be open to having somebody. So if you tell me that the black woman is all of this, or you know how some of them Negroes be like, the black woman is God, the black woman is God, and you don't have a black woman, you have a white tea woman, the fact that y'all don't just immediately unfollow that man and block him and stop talking to him, I'm sorry, this may sound like hating, but it's that then I'll just be hating. It makes me so mad. Cause I'm like, what is wrong with y'all? Like, it's like, it just doesn't make no sense to me. And it's like, I really feel like it's like women want to pick and choose when they want to bash men. Yeah, so many of y'all be in my lives talking real greasy about men, which is not a problem. I can talk greasy with the best of them. That's not a problem. But when I hear some of y'all that y'all get in my live panels, right? It'll be men that come in the live panels. They don't even really say nothing. They might not agree with what I'm saying, or they might agree with what I'm saying, or they might say something where, the people don't like it. And there'll be women that'll join the panel and tear those men up, and they haven't even did nothing yet. But yet those same women, I will see in other men's panels that are pandering, really trying to get their attention and stuff like that. And I think that's so, I don't know. It's very weird. I don't understand it. And it's something that I really want to get to the bottom of, because I think it may be something that, like, really not trying to be funny, I think it may be something that some black women are not even aware that they're doing. Like, or maybe they don't think about it like that until you, like, sometimes you might be doing something and you don't really realize it until somebody says, hey, you do that. And then you like, oh, you know what? I do that. I got to check myself. I got to fix that, But anyway, let me go ahead and go to Mo. If you have something to say, Mo.
Yes. How you doing today?
Pretty good. How are you?
I'm all right, thank you. I kind of seen you when I was scrolling, and I seen the prompt, and I was like, yeah, I wanna contribute to this. It's a why do black women keep trusting men online who pander and grift? You know, I believe I can't tell you because I don't believe them. Like even when it's the men who be agreeing and all of this other stuff to the women that's on the panel, I do feel like it's pandering in a way because we don't know you outside of this little box on this phone. So you could be saying anything because you just one of them type of dudes who want the acceptance of women, but don't believe nothing that you say. So it'd be a lot of men on here. They'll say one thing in one live, and then you go to another live, it's complete opposite. So, and it's like, do you not know that we can find you in other lives? But I think that when it comes to things like that, those the type of guys that be the main ones saying women need to choose better. And I've been hearing that a lot, and I have yet to hear anybody say this. The men who say that women need to choose better are basically telling women, we are liars. Y'all gotta be able to figure out when we lying and when we not. And because you can't catch on to our lies, it's your fault. That's exactly what they're saying when they say women need to choose better. Um, it says, how can you say you don't trust men but trust men who pander? Yeah, I don't know nothing about that because I only trust action. I trust what you do and consistency. So if you consistently lying or consistently, going back on your word or things of that nature. That's how I trust people. I don't trust people just off of words that they say. Anybody, but especially men, because those are they don't never want to admit it, but they're what's the word I'm thinking of? They're definitely conniving. They're conniving. They're what they call themselves, hunters. You know, they love to hunt for things, especially the women that they can't obtain. They like to try to get those women, and if they can't get those women, they're insecure, and then blame that woman because they're insecure. So I'll land there.
Okay, okay. Yeah, I just wanted to say, going along with Mo's comments and stuff, that I feel like if you're a black woman, you can't trust any man that you see online, whether he says things that are positive about black women or whether he says things negative that are about black women, either or in between about black women. You cannot trust any man, whether he's black or not, because I don't want to make it like it's just about black men because it's not. If for black women, you can't trust any man that you see online saying anything. You know what I'm saying? Period. Especially if he's trying to talk positive. Like, I have no idea. And I really feel like that's why some women get got. Because just like Mo was saying, I feel like, well, she didn't say this part, but I'll just say I feel like this. Like, she can tell me if she agrees or disagrees. But men are very action based. Action based. You can't trust anything a man say, but you can
Yes.
trust what he do. That's it.
Yes.
That's what he can tell you. Oh, I love you, baby. I love you, baby. All day long, but it means nothing unless he shows you that way, because a man will show you way better than he's going to tell you. And so my thing is, you cannot see the actions of any of these men online. First of all, a lot of it is based on financial gains here online, clout gains here online. So you can't see what these Negroes really mean. Like, and also the idea of black women, and I'm just gonna say it, the idea of black women actually literally believing white tea men that come up and attempt to pander and uplift black women, that's even more crazy. I'm sorry, that's even more insane. And I'm
So
not even
is.
saying that it's not insane to because it, for once again, for nobody to twist my words, it's absolutely insane to trust black male panderers. But I will say they have one thing in common with you. You know what it is. But for you to really, literally trust a white tea male panderer, you're a special kind of delusional and insane that I really, it's very difficult for me to have empathy to you if you feel like you want to get on this app and trust a white tea man when you know the history of their duplicitousness, um, you backstabbing, okey doking, saying one thing that means another, dropping off smallpox covers to people, saying, "Hey, how you doing? Yeah, I just want to help you guys out. Here's some covers." Like, what is wrong with y'all? Like, I have no, I have no idea what is the problem. If you are a black woman and you believe anything that any of these men of any race say about you, positive or negative, God help you, man. Honestly. Well, I just don't know what to say. And it's upsetting to see that in 2025, we as black women are still getting got by men. I just don't understand it. Especially men that you don't know. You don't know. Everybody knows that the black woman is a disrespected group, an alienated group, a group that has no protection. If you feel that way as a black woman, I promise you, I need you to understand. Other races of people, other groups of people, all the men, everybody sees what happens to black women. It's just that anti-blackness is so prevalent, and also people disregard black women. Massage noir is so prevalent that no one cares, but they see it. And if somebody is truly intelligent, they will say, especially when they see how black women respond to any type of kind word, any type of attention, how black women go crazy. All the man is to say is, "Oh, I like black women." I see ugly, low, bottom of the barrel white tea men. All they got to say is in a post, "I like black women. I like me some chocolate." All I see is a million black women. "Oh, you like black women? Oh, this makes me feel so good." It makes me feel so embarrassed to see that. You know what I'm saying? And I just want y'all to know that everyone knows that a lot of black women are thirsty and desperate for kind words and validation. And when you allow that yourself to be opened up for that way, it allows others to take advantage of you. And I really need y'all to know that you're actually turning yourself into a walking lick. Anybody hearing my words, bro? Even if you scroll through and you don't join the live, don't do this, man. You can't trust any of these people. Everybody knows that Black women are a vulnerable population. And we're in a situation of being vulnerable and not having the protection of the men in our community. So people like, oh, okay, I could just go over there and do whatever I want to them and ain't nobody gonna stop me. And that's the Black men and the other races of men as well. Like, it's coming from all ends, unfortunately. Did you have something to say, Mo?
Yeah, I was agreeing, and the little parts I was just saying I agree and whatnot. But I had a thought earlier today about, because you just mentioned we're not protected by the black man. I had a thought. And I was thinking, because I go on these lives, and the my main objective is to learn. Second is to contribute any way I can, but I want to learn from both perspectives. And I thought about it. Men always saying, who gonna be there when you need help, things of that nature, because they see themselves as a protector, but they don't be protecting. They do enough to get what they want. And I thought about how they always saying that black men always saying they're the leaders of the community. But I was thinking about this situation that happened with these the people in LA, and I was thinking, black men always saying they're the leaders, but they're easily influenced by that gang culture. You know what I'm saying? They're easily wanting to be accepted by these other groups of men, and they see things done wrong and they don't do anything about it. They see wrongs that's happening within those cultures, and they don't do anything about it. So, and it's a lot of people that uh assimilate themselves to those type of cultures, but y'all want us to trust y'all to protect us, but y'all doing just as much damage to us as other cultures, other groups of people, and it's a thing of, yeah, I know the history about how, Bloods, Crips, all that first started, but what it's became today, it has become today, isn't the same objectives they had when it was started. So that's one of the things I think about, of if it's so many leaders that be coming up on these panels and protectors, but it's no actions, it's no proof, physical proof of majority being protectors versus what y'all just come up here and say. You know what I'm saying? And I land there.
Why was I talking, girl? And I thought that I was unmuted. Thank you so much, Mo. I appreciate you. Let me go over here to Yellowbone. Go ahead, sis. Oh, so let me send you a request to turn your mic on, Yellowbone, just in case you can't. Let me see. You there, Yellowbone? Let's see. I'm gonna send you a request one more time to turn your mic on.
That's facts, divine feminine. That's facts. They are followers, and
Okay, well,
they want us to follow behind them off the cliff.
all right, Yellow. Well, I'll just let you whenever you want to unmute. Maybe you're having difficulty unmuting or something like that. So I will just leave it and we'll just keep talking until Yella gets a chance to unmute herself and she can speak at that time. But yeah, I mean, oh, you say can I drop you? Okay. Okay, I Yella need to be dropped. All right. Yeah, like I said, it's very upsetting to me to see black women who I think are, you know, very awesome, very intelligent, very beautiful. It just really hurts my spirit to see black women being taken advantage of. And I understand, the position that a lot of black women are in. Like, we may want to have the type of privilege or protection that we may see other groups of women have. And not women, they're not mistreated and, abused by the men in their community or have different types of misogyny, because they do. But I think the unique position that Black women are in, which is unfortunate, is that not only do we have to face threats from the men inside our community, but also the men out from men on the outside of our community. Men can come do things to us with impunity on the outside, and Black men will not stand up and defend us at all. So, like, if you imagine if like there was somebody of different races, they just started preying on Black women specifically. I don't think that there would be any Black men of any notable measure that would be like, oh, we've got to protect our Black women. Now, this is not to say any outliers here or there, but the collective no. So I think that I understand our position that it is very hurtful that you would love to have a protector. You would love to be able to trust and believe in, these men who pander, whether they be BLK men or whether they be white T men. But I promise you, any man that decides to get up on this app and specifically speak to Black women, specifically want to center BLK women in their plight, I promise you there's a reason behind it, and it's not good. And most definitely, if there's a white T man that's doing that, I promise you he don't care. I
Oh,
promise you he don't care about you, man.
and one thing about that, um, because I could talk about certain topics for days, but to touch on the point you just made about the white tea men that come into our spaces and saying all of this stuff, basically wanting acceptance from our community. Um, I listen to them. I scrutinize their words more than anything because there's always going to be droplets of microaggressions in what they say because they haven't learned yet that because I feel like sometimes that be a thing of they're paying attention to what we're saying, what we doing on social media, and they're leeching to be able to speak to us because we speak different languages, so they're learning our culture to come in and try to get acceptance or whatnot, and that's a lot of the time that comes from identity, no alignment with their own culture, but it's where they want acceptance from somebody. And one thing, it's another thing a lot of people don't talk about is men. First of all, their self unaliving rates are high because they suffer from loneliness. Men have to have women around them and in their life because they will pass away without women. It's not the same for women. Women can strive and thrive without men, but men have these support groups, and it's the lonely man support group where because they don't have anybody in their lives, they go to these retreats. They're in these groups where it's just a group of guys and they get to hang out with them, things of that nature, because we're all social creatures, but it's more detrimental for the man than it is for the woman. Now, like you were saying about they come in and they pander too. Usually the most common thing I hear from the white tea men coming into our spaces is, I don't see color. I don't know how long they've been listening and paying attention to our culture, but if they did enough research and they was really in tune with trying to be in an alliance, they would know that one thing is ignorant as hell. Because for you to say you don't see color, but you understand you're in a black space, and our views on things are not the same as your culture's views on things, it's like you can't just lump us together and make it like we're all just humankind. No, we're not. It's called cultures and co-cultures for a reason, because it gives people a sense of belonging. And when you say I don't see color, it's denying our culture. It's disingenuous. I should say.
Yeah, I mean, I definitely agree with that. Like I said, I'm just of the thought process that if you're a black woman and you're listening to this, do not trust any men that you see online. That whether they be black, whether they be white tea, whether they be white tea Hispanic, whether they be Afro Latino, whether they be Asian, whatever the case may be, do not trust them. Any per man that gets on this app and acts like he knows what you're going through, or he's constantly centering you and talking about you, trust and believe he's got an agenda in mind, because the most impact that a man could make in helping be okay women is to talk to other men exclusively. Not to pander to you, not to have their lives filled with women that are sending them cash apps and gifts. It is to be filled with men, to talk to men, to do the work, to not even be whole lives themselves, to take the time to go to different lives where there are ignorant men around and talk to them. Period. Anything else that they doing, it's all rooted in getting ahead for them on their own form, building financial stability off of the backs of black women's trauma and degradation. And that's how I feel about it. And I think it's disgusting. But let me go and move forward and let Yella speak and then Cookie. Go ahead, Yella.
Hi, Triggered. Can you
Hey.
hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, I have my earpiece in. I just want to say, oh my goodness, I listen to I mostly listen to you on YouTube. I'm not like big on social media. I mean, I pop in on TikTok every now and again, but I know I live on the east side. I'm not really sure where you're located, but I know on YouTube you normally drop your little YouTube segments at 7 a.m. I work night shift, so when I get off work, I'm like always looking for your YouTube video. I know sometimes you post like the lives and stuff on there too from TikTok, but I've been wanting to catch you on TikTok and hop on one of your lives and just say hi. I definitely enjoy all your content and stuff like that. Relate. I find myself relating to a lot of the things you say and your viewpoints and stuff like that. You're always coming with the stats and stuff. So, the facts and everything. So I really enjoy your content. I just wanted to say that. I could try to answer your the question you have. Why do Black women keep trusting men online who pander and grift? I I don't know. I feel like I do sometimes, like on Instagram, like it's some people I follow, and even on YouTube. I'm not going to say like their names, but I even find like some women content creators pandering and stuff like that too. But as far as like the black men and their content and stuff, like I feel like everybody. Maybe as a black woman, I'll just try to just speak from my own point of view. I can't speak for everyone, but like some stuff I find myself relating to as far as like some male content creators who may say stuff like, oh, you should, only, pretty much talking about the standards like of black women and what like the standards we should have. Um, I as I'm in my 30s, like I'm like early 30s, so like I made a lot of stupid mistakes when I was young, like early, I had my first child, my son, when I was 18, literally a day before my 18th birthday. But like the dumb mistakes that have made, I feel like as now, like when I can, just look back and like think about the dumb mistakes that I've made, sometimes like it could maybe stem from insecurity. I think I may have heard somebody else mention that, like maybe it can be like from insecurities and just wanting to I don't know, feel validated in some way, or maybe, I don't know. A lot of us, a lot of Black women, I feel like we're lost a lot of the times and just trying to find, some type of validation and trying to heal and, things like that. It's a lot of stuff, on social media, period, like a lot of comparison and stuff like that. And we all know like, comparison is like the thief of joy. And so I just feel like, sometimes we're just feeling like, hey, here's somebody who I can maybe validate with and, people, most of us who trying to find like our, how to set like standards and, we hear a lot of talk about like, vetting men in our, relationships and just vetting friendships and things like that. So, I mean, it's a lot of information out there. Me personally, I've learned to just kind of just take the meat and throw the bones when it comes to content. So just not trying to just believe every damn thing that you hear and see on social media. So I do feel like it could be dangerous if you're like trying to take what somebody's saying on social media and just kind of live your life by it. Like as an adult, you gotta know how to filter your content and information and stuff that you're seeing online. But
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't want to be going off on a tangent. I just really wanted to come on here and just say hi and just tell you, like, I know it's my first time up on your lives, and I just want to just I'm just showing,
Thank
just
you.
want to tell you how grateful I am for your content. I love everything that everything
Thank
that you're
you.
doing.
Thank you so much, Ella. I really appreciate that. It means a lot to me. Like, honestly, I know people say that, but like, I literally mean that. That means so much to me. Thank you so much. I
Yes,
really
you're
appreciate that.
welcome. I can tell you take a lot of, time and work and, into your content. So, yes, I'll go ahead and land.
All right, thank you, thank you. I just wanted to say, you guys, again, I when I have this live today, I just want you to know I'm not trying to bash any black women or anything like that, or say anything. I understand the position that black women are in, as far as feeling like we don't have anyone to rely on, and of course, I'm not saying this is for every woman, because you may have a boyfriend or a husband or your dad or your brother or your son or your nephew or your uncles or whatever. You may have men in your life that you can depend on. But I mean, like, collectively, black women don't have anything. They're the most disrespected, woman. And I think that because that is always happening to black women, sometimes we desperately want somebody to give us validation. And I just want black women to know that you will never find that validation and you will never find that love in any of these Negroes, black Negroes, white tea Negroes, whoever, online. You just won't, because the majority of these men only start this because they know that we are weak and vulnerable and they want to prey on it. And that's like, I stand by that. Like, I don't trust none of them. And if you were smart, you wouldn't trust none of them either. You don't follow all of them. And because even if you would say like, hey, I don't like this particular black woman, I don't like her, what she stands for, whatever she thinks, that's fine too. Of course, we're not always going to get along, we're not always going to like each other, but one thing that you can guarantee is that at the end of the day, she still has to go through this life as a black woman just like you do, whether she wants to acknowledge it or not, whether she wants to say that she's had some experiences that you have or not. You and I both know that she has. So it's like, it's just a different type of interaction than sitting here listening to some men that don't know nothing, that are just regurgitating things that they heard from women. So it's like, if you're not willing to listen to another black woman tell you something, why would you listen to a man tell you anything? Like, about the experience of being a woman, or, oh yeah, let's expose these other men about how these men treat women. This is so, like, what? A real man will talk to another man. Like, and I don't got nothing else to say about it. Let me move forward to Cookie and then Sage.
Hey Trigger, hey everyone.
Hey.
I hope you guys are having a good day today. Um, I just want to thank you for giving us, your platform to discuss these very important topics, because I feel like these topics are very important. I appreciate Black women all over TikTok that are making these panels and these talking points, because it's really showing that Black women are doing majority of the work to figure out what the problems really are. Now, as far as the what we have going on up here, why do women keep trusting men that pander? I feel like, it's the pick meism, if we're just gonna put it out there. And it's really just the male validation, and it's them not having self-love and self-confidence that they're looking for it in their male counterparts. And why do they trust the pandering men? I honestly think, like I said, I think it's out of low self-esteem. I The example I have is that there was this white creator. I don't know his name, I'm not following him, he just showed up on my For You page. And I don't know if you guys know about the trend with the desserts, where people like open their mouths depending on what dessert they like or how much they like something. Or now the new trend is to use the sound for like people that you like. So it was a white male creator, and they were like, white women, and he was like white women, and he didn't open his mouth like that. He didn't want white women. Then it was like light skinned women, so he opened his mouth. And then it was like brown skinned women, he opened his mouth. Then it was like his ex, and I guess his ex is a black woman, so he opened his mouth really big. But it's like, because they use desserts, so they're like cheesecake, and then so people are using like mouth motions like they're eating. So I commented and I said, this is actually really cringy when you remember, like, they used to eat us. Somebody gonna comment talking about that's not what the video's about. I don't care if that's not what the video about. It's cringy because you're literally seeing a white tea person try to pander to black women, and the black women are in the comments eating it up, talking about, oh, he could eat me, he could do this. When we talk about it, because I'm assuming a white tea person comment, and they was like, who would want to eat monkey? Clearly your ancestors. Like, what are you talking about? Like, it's this type of rhetoric where people aren't understanding that a lot of the stuff is out of racism, and people not understanding how impactful that is. Like, when people aren't understanding, I had a comment about this Puerto Rican woman. She did her ancestry and was talking about how much Taino she has in her blood. And I was like, I'm trying to figure out why Puerto Ricans are so vocal about the Taino in their blood, but not about how much they have way more African in their blood than they do indigenous. But they're always talking about the indigenous part. And everybody's like, oh, it's not about that. Oh, but y'all don't accept us when we want to be accepted. No, you want to be accepted so you can say the N word. You don't want to be accepted so you can help the black community.
Facts.
And this ends to my last point of because this really doesn't have to do with the panel, but it has to do with race. What I've came to the knowledge of knowing, you know how everybody says the one drop rule doesn't exist anymore. The one drop rule does exist because I just realized you can only put one race on your birth certificate. So don't let the mixed man on the panels trick you either, saying I'm a brother too because I'm mixed. No, ask him what his birth certificate says, because your birth certificate only says one race. And that's what I feel like everybody should go off. Whatever your birth certificate race says, that's the race you are. So if your birth certificate race says YT, then you're YT. And there's nothing wrong with you being who you are. But we're finding a lot of people who don't want to be who they are, and then they want to pander to women, and then the women with low self-esteem are attaching themselves to that because they want to believe in their brains. Because the last thing I'll say is that it's easier for people to live in delusion than it is to live in reality. People are succumbing to what it is of being unaware because it makes them comfortable. They don't want to be uncomfortable and deal with the reality of what it really shows, what life really shows. I was just on a panel with a whole bunch of black men, and the topic was black women and them doing wig tutorials. And I told them, y'all a bunch of grown black men talking about y'all telling y'all daughters not to wear wigs. Y'all need to be teaching y'all sons something. Y'all need to be worrying about how to better y'all community. Oh, y'all all on panels talking about black men. We're talking about black men because y'all not doing the work. Do the work and people wouldn't have to try to do the work for you. But you're sitting here and you're downplaying black women, and then you uplifting these white tea women and these mixed women that you deal with, talking about, oh, Alicia Keys, she one of them that don't wear wigs and wear makeup, but she don't got good characteristics because she was dealing with her friend's husband. Like, it's like the men keep ignoring the fact of y'all keep focusing on outer appearance and not who people are internally. And this is where the pandering comes from, because women want to come and put their capes on and say, no, he right. We need to, as black queens, we need to love our natural hair. Yes, we need to love our natural hair, but that don't mean shame somebody for wearing a wig or doing that, because Cleopatra, I told them Cleopatra, a real black queen, was wearing a wig. We can't do certain stuff and then let them just pander to us. We have to be honest. And, Cat Williams also said, people have an undying allegiance to losers. And I really think that's what the pandering for the men that are doing all the pandering on the podcast for, that's where it's coming from. People have undying allegiance to losers. And then I'll land my plane there. But thank you guys for letting me talk.
Oh, no problem, Cookie. I wanted to address one of the things that you said. But before I say it, let me just say, for people tear me up. I'm not here to tell black women who they can date, who they shouldn't date. I think that black women should explore their options and date whoever loves them and whoever cares about them. So this isn't any type of like rhetoric or something like that to try to push black women into the arms of black men or anything like that, because I could honestly care less. However you're happy is however you're happy. If you find a man of any race willing to love and respect you and treat you like the queen that I know you are, that is fantastic. But I do feel like a lot of times there are women that, you know, speak upon black men as if they are the only men that are capable of any type of indecency, you know, criminality, violence, any type of thing, when all men are capable of it. And if you actually take the time to look at statistics, you'll realize that the majority of men have a history of doing a lot of different things. And I think that what I really wanted to say is, like, when you made a point where you were saying that like black women want to live in a state of delusion, and that is, or people want to live in a state of delusion. I think you might have said, I really, 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 really do agree with that. And like I said before, I really empathize with the black woman because, like I said earlier, the black woman is unprotected. The black woman is in a situation of being disrespected, being put down, not only being put down by the men in our community, but the men in our community encourage others actively to do it. If you think about people getting shamed for wearing wigs and weaves and sew-ins and braids, the only people that are getting shamed are black women. Even when other races attempt to copy and do what we do, they don't get shamed. Just like you got all of these white girls right now, you know, out here wearing bonnets and stuff. Ain't nobody calling them ghetto. Monica, what's her name? Monique. She ain't nowhere doing a live stream about how white tea women need to stop wearing bonnets because it's making them look ghetto and uneducated and like hood boogers. Nobody's talking about it because nobody cares. The only time people care about when something is going on is when black women do it, and in order to attempt to shame and degrade them. So I understand that that can be a very, very stressful thing to happen to as a black woman. It's even stressful for me. I understand it's stressful to be judged 24/7 all the time for the things that you do. And I know that because you realize that the men in your community, aka black men collectively, not the black men that you may know or some outlier black men, but the collective of black men are not a protector. And I understand that. And I understand that you want to be like the other races of women that may have a base of protectors, because I'm not saying that white tea men, you know, Hispanic men, Asian men don't abuse and harm their women. Yes, that does happen. But from outside defenses, they're not going to let, like, let's just say white tea men are not going to let black men wage a war against white tea women. They're not going to let it happen. They'll put black men in the dirt before that ever occurs. Now, if that was to happen to black women, I don't believe collectively black men would do anything about it. So I know there are a lot of black women that want a savior. And I just want to say that the white tea man is not going to be your savior. He's not. So going up under his post when he says one positive thing about you and asking him, do he like black women? Oh, you let him do this, that, and the third of you. You acting super thirsty and desperate. You going to the Asian men that here on TikTok cater to and grift to black women, but when you look in their followings, they're not following a single black woman. I want you to know none of these men are your savior. Unfortunately, black women, we just happen to be the ones, which is so unfortunate, the ones that got to stand on our own too. You know what I mean? And that's just what it is. We don't have that base that maybe other groups and communities of women do. But just because we don't have that, you cannot try to make it happen with other men. You cannot make it happen by being a pick me. You cannot make it happen by trusting men that say one kind word about you. All that does is make us an easy freaking lick. And I hate to see it. It's so sad to see it. It's really sad to see it because we have so much power, so much strength, so much resilience, and then to turn it around and give it over to some lame-o because they said one nice thing that we should already know about ourselves. I feel like that's mad embarrassing. Like we can't be doing that. You know what I'm saying? That's just not a good look, bro. It's not a good look. And I really I want black women to stop doing that. And this isn't meant, like I said before, to bash any black women or make them feel bad, because I understand that these are things that just may happen because of the way we're treated. I see it. Everybody sees the way we're treated. And it's sad, but we can't just we can't just allow, because I'm just tired of seeing us being taken advantage of. It makes me sad inside. But let me go over here to Sage, and then I'll go up there to Mo. Go ahead, Sage.
Hello.
Hey, sis.
Hey. Okay. Why do black women keep trusting men online who pander and grift? Quiet as it's kept. A lot of black women who pander to these men who come online in black women's spaces. There are things going on behind the scenes with them. Like people are dating each other and doing all sorts of stuff. So that's why you'll see a strange allegiance to these men, and a lot of times these men will know things about these women that these women may have opened up to these men, and so they have no choice but to stand behind these guys and support them. So that's the biggest thing there, is that we don't know what's going on behind the scenes, because these people just don't talk to each other just on TikTok and panels. These people go to each other's houses, talk to each other on the phones. Trust me, I know, because I've had people come and tell me some crazy stuff. Now, the other thing is that at the end of the day, and I made a video addressing this, these women are desperate for some man to validate them and what they're feeling and what they're going through. They haven't freed themselves just yet from needing a man's validation. And the fact that a lot of these women are in these spaces constantly arguing with these men on panels, which it should tell you a lot. It's like they're arguing the same points over and over and over again to get these guys to understand them and hear them. Which what they really need to be doing is blocking and ignoring these guys. You know, if you were really free from wanting to be validated from a man, but realize that, one, these are the wrong guys to get it from, and two, they're never going to change. They're never going to give you that type of validation. So explaining yourself over and over until you're blue in the face. So what happens is, because they're so desperate for a man to validate them and to come out publicly and say something, when one does, that man sees it as an opportunity to grow his following, grow his platform, make a whole bunch of money off of it. Which we've seen this time and time again, where a woman will say something or make a video and it doesn't get a lot of traction, but then a man does it, and next thing you know, he has all this traction and these views, because in the comment section will be like, finally, a man is finally understanding this, that, and the third. I don't think it really boils down to them understanding or agreeing. I think it just boils down to them seeing an opportunity to where they can be elevated and put on a pedestal, and also a financial gain. I don't think a lot of the men who come up here who speak on talking points that are quote unquote feminist talking points, I don't think they actually believe this stuff. I think it's just what's most beneficial for them. And these men who are on the red pill side, they're not wrong about these guys, you know, just speaking these points because they're trying to sleep with a lot of these women. It's true. These guys do these things because they want to pander to women to sleep with them. But nonetheless, it still doesn't change the fact that the red pill guys are problematic too, and they're just as bad. But the red pill guys, they are right on that note. And we a lot of us saw what was going on social media, on TikTok recently, and this has not been the first time where a man who speaks on the defense of women has been problematic behind the scenes. And for other things, I don't understand why women invite men into feminist spaces. I don't understand, especially white men. I don't get it. Because, I mean, did we not learn the first time with the Black Panther Party when they started letting men in? Because from what I understand, it was predominantly women doing most of the labor. But when men started to get in, that's when it became problematic, because of how men are when it comes to women. And it's more I could say, but I just wanted to reiterate the main point is that a lot of these women are sleeping with these guys and getting pregnant by them and catching STDs, and it's a whole bunch of mess going on behind the scenes.
Okay, all right, Sage. All right, let me go up here to Mo.
Yes. Yes, Sage had me cracking up on that last part. I definitely agree with her, because that's one thing you hear all these men say: women control access to sex. Women control access to sex. And they will never understand. It's like women don't, and I could be speaking for myself here, but it's more of an emotional connection women look for, and that's based off of the psychology of women. Men thinking it's just, men is the like we said before, the action base, where it's like they want action, and they don't like to talk about feelings and emotions and things like that. That's why they want women they could control, because when they're able to control women, they're able to dictate what they can what they want to express and what they don't want to express without quote unquote back talk or pushback. um I wanted to say something to you, Cookie, about that wig live, because I was in that live, and I ain't trying to bring it on trigger panel, but I want to commend you for standing on all 10, because that was how they was talking in that live was utterly
It
disgusting.
was disgusting. That's why I had to add myself in, Mo. I really was just like trying to stay in the comments, just listen and see. But I was like, they not getting what they need. They need that smoke, because they being too ignorant, and they was too old and grody to be doing that.
What I meant?
And,
Wait, I missed something. What happened, Triggered?
oh, it didn't happen on her panel. It happened on a misogynist panel. But I just wanted to tell Cookie that I commended her, and I learned something from that live, and it goes into what we're talking about. It goes into what you was speaking on, Sage. These men will take up for each other in denigrating another black woman. Cookie wasn't the only one on that panel, but she was the only one speaking, and the other two women was quiet, and it was four men attacking her. And the host got upset to the point where he muted her and then dropped her. And then I'm thinking
No,
like,
I dropped myself because I knew that they was
okay,
getting traction, because I was going
yeah,
off. Because I already knew I already knew the women was waiting for somebody to say what they was thinking, but they
yeah,
didn't really have because you had to follow him to be up there. That's why I really didn't want to be up there, because what am I following you for?
exactly.
But like
Um,
you said, it's the
yeah.
everybody coming at me, not a black woman in sight to say anything. But I wasn't even noticing that.
You know
I
what, you
mean,
guys? I wanted to interject real quick and just say that, and that's exactly what I have a problem with. Right there is that men oftentimes, wrong or right, right? It doesn't matter if the man is dead wrong. It doesn't matter if the man is right. The men stick together and defend each other. I see black men defend other black men every day on the most bogus stuff ever. It could be a black man that went into a Kroger and unalived everybody up in there. Nobody was doing nothing but getting their food items so that they can go out and grill for the day. And it will be a black man that will try to protect and defend that black man if a black woman says something about it. But the thing about it is that there are so many, not just black women, but for the intents and purpose of this discussion, because black women are all I care about, there are so many black women that will go against another black woman to defend a man. And that is like Sage, all the messiness that I saw yesterday, and they blocked me. That's fine. I was disgusted because I'm looking at black women. I don't care what, if y'all think the ladies are wrong or right. If you are defending a man, a black man, a white tea man over a black woman, you are a disgrace. And you don't need to ever call yourself pro-black woman or girl's girl. You're a feminist. You're for woman empowerment. Nothing. And then it's even worse. I'm looking at you and y'all defending a man that got flags and he's out there in the farm, look like he's 2 steps away from lynching somebody. And y'all really out here defending this man. Y'all don't know what type of time he's really on. Y'all don't know what he said in the past. Y'all don't know what he's done in the past. Y'all don't know what he's done in the future. Y'all don't know what he really thinks. All he thinks is that y'all are a bunch of goofballs that will turn against your own for him. And I have no idea how that is such a controversial way of thinking. If you're a black woman, I'm sorry, I'm gonna say it right now publicly, it should be black women over everything. If there's a black woman doing something wrong, send her a DM privately. Talk to her. Say, hey, can I talk to you privately? If there's something where y'all have to address it publicly, do it on the platform or whatever, but don't let nobody else talk to her but other black women. But I'll be damned if y'all out here letting dudes say something. I'll be damned if y'all out here exposing people personal business in defense of a white man, in defense of a black man that paints his fingernails and got a white wife. Y'all can't be freaking serious, boy.
Can
Y'all
I say
can't
something?
be serious.
Because I've been in this space. I've been in
What?
this space. Give me 1 second. I've been in this space for a while, a very long time, and a
Sage,
lot
hold
of
on
those
real quick.
women.
I don't have a lot of time, Trigger, but because
Go
I'm at
ahead.
work,
Go ahead,
but
Lynn.
I really want to say something. I really do, and I want to show y'all something.
Oh, yeah. Go
Because
ahead.
I'm so sorry, Sage,
No, go ahead. Go
respectfully.
ahead. You're fine.
Um, I'm sorry I brought you up on my panel last night. I'm shaking, but I didn't know what else to do because public has been antagonizing me for months. And I told you about this a couple months ago. And I knew they gaslight me. They didn't want me to bring this on TikTok because they don't want public in Alabama to look bad. And Public was saying this morning on his live that I lied and that it's not about Alabama. I was on my live last night with Cool showing her receipt after receipt after receipt where I bought up Jeff. Jeff, Jeff only, and what he has said. The reason why we got into this whole mess, triggered Sage, the rest of the ladies, is because Jeff was talking bad about another black woman in public discourse, and I checked him, and they did not like that. They didn't like it, and they all came at me full force. Now, what happened with Yellow Chick? That's her between her and somebody else. But no, I didn't like the things that she said. So I have the right to not talk to anybody if I don't feel what you said is in alignment with me. If you mad about it, that's on you. But to join forces with people who want to, protect Jeff for what he said is crazy and it shows your character because I've never changed my story. It's the same story I told you months ago, triggered about what happened with public. And I've been keeping it on the low. I haven't really been saying anything except if somebody asks. But yeah, the girls have been telling me to let everybody know what he's been doing, how he is behind the scenes. Literally, I'm going to take accountability. I have internalized misogyny. I think we all do. That's what kept me believing him and wanting to be desperate for allyship. But after this situation, I'm not desperate for allyship with a white T person or a man. I don't need allyship. And they talking about I have the ops on my panel. Y'all need to look at my lives because every time the ops on my panel, they getting cussed out. Every time the ops on my panel, they getting cussed out, they getting dragged. But why is it okay that public has ops on his panel and Franklin, they go to Franklin Live, he have ops on the panel. They support these men, but it's a problem when I have ops on my panel to make my live run how I want my life to run. It doesn't make any sense. I promise you that. And public said today, Trigger, that it was never about Jeff. What is this screenshot of me sending him a message telling him that it's about Jeff, that I felt disrespected by Jeff? Look at what I said to him. Literally, I'm telling public, I feel like I was scapegoated. I took your advice and I left. I'm not staying in a Discord with Jeff and women who didn't apologize to me. Jeff is problematic and I did nothing wrong. And he said, hey, if you got a minute, can you holler at me? I have proof. I'm telling him, and he just said this morning on his live that it was never about Jeff, that I'm making this all up because I have a different problem. What does this say right here? It's the same story. It's the same consistent story. And they keep making up, saying that I'm making this up. I'm trying to start this over what? Having a platform or something? I don't know what they said I'm trying to start this over. But it all started because Jeff disrespected a black woman, and I checked him on it. But whoa, Lynn, you can't check a man. In particular, you can't check the YT man. Lux cussed me out. She said, I know you ain't playing in my fucking face, Lynn, when I was questioning him about it. And even still, yet and still, I hit her up on the back end after she said that to me. And I said, hey, look, I have that screenshot too. I said, hey, look, I think that there was a miscommunication between us. I think that we need to work this out. Everything on the back end. The only reason why it's on the front end because they continue to lie. Public continue to antagonize me. His wife, he know we don't fuck with him, but he kept coming into our lives, kept stopping by, commenting, acting like we just gonna forget that this all happened. We're not forgetting. You can't just disrespect me like that and allow for this white team man to be on your panel and support him when he is problematic. Not only was he problematic to just minding my business, and y'all know her, she been on the app for a long time, and that's all she do is just mind her business. She don't say nothing about nobody. But when I clocked him on it and I told him like, no, that's inappropriate. You can't say this. He made this all up into a big rah-rah. And he was okay with the women in the group caping for him and protecting him and arguing with me. And then on top of that, he was sexualizing me last night, talking about I wanted to be in a relationship with him. I ain't never wanted to be in a relationship with no white tea man. Y'all gotta be so serious. And they were sitting up there and let him say that. Y'all bringing up people, kids on the panel, KGR was talking about people is a baby mama with three baby daddies. Like, what are y'all doing? Y'all supposed to be feminists. And y'all talking about me because I called somebody a bitch. Excuse my language. I did. After you did what you did with that white team man, I'm justified. If you can hang out with a racist and support a racist, I can call you a bitch. That's how I feel in my book. Excuse me, Trigger. I know you don't like that on your panel, but they gonna tell you I said it, and I'm gonna tell you myself I said it. I'm gonna be honest with you.
I mean,
Can
that's
I
no
say
problem.
something?
Just
Because
one
it's
second,
important.
Sage. I just wanted to say, like I said, I don't know everything that's going on. I'm gonna keep it real. I don't know because I never in my life I've never followed public, never would. I don't, like I said, I don't follow none of the men that I see black women following. It be black women that be in my live panels. They be talking about how they hate black men. And then I'll see them in public live or controversial Shannon or some other dudes. And I'd be like, what? It's a couple women that told me that I couldn't be trusted because I was married to a man, and then I seen them in these men's lives. So I don't know what's wrong with the women and the double dipping and the feminism, but the then centering men and all of this other weird stuff. I don't know. I don't know. Me and you, Lynn, we've talked a few times. I don't know you extremely well, but I'll say this, and I don't care what people can say. It's biased. I'm biased, whatever. I don't care because people have no problem being biased. Any other groups people can be biased except for black women. Black women got to center every freaking body. So my thing is this, and I can only speak for me on the panel, but I will always forever in my life, for as long as there's breath in my body, if I have to take up for a black woman versus a man versus a white T man versus a black man versus an Asian man, it's gonna be that woman all day, every day. Period. I'm taking her word for it. I'm giving her the benefit of the doubt. I'm rocking out. I'm riding with her. Period. You will never in your life catch me up here defending no man. Now you can say that's bias if you want, so be it. But I would never do it. And for the black women that are defending a white T man that probably wouldn't spit on you if you were on fire for real, unless it could benefit him, you are a disgrace. I don't care what the situation is. I don't care what language was used. I don't care what she did. I don't care if you're mad. I don't care what disagreements you had. It's never that serious. No beef is that serious that you're having on TikTok to sit there and place yourself in a position of defense of a white T-man when he would never do the same for you. Period. And that's all I got to say. Disgraceful. Disgraceful, disgraceful. Tomatoes, 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 tomatoes. Period. And I'm sorry. And I will say this. When I say that I'm for black women, it's a safe space for black women. I'm centering black women. It's all about black women. I really mean it. I don't know if other people, when they say these things, they don't mean it, but I mean it. It's black women against everybody, and I'll be damned. And like I said, it's not like I won't have an issue with a black woman, or we can't have a disagreement, or we can't have, our go back and forth or whatever. But at the end of the day, we are still sisters. At the end of the day, if you were friends with somebody and they told you their personal business, even if you stop being friends with them, you are a low down dirty dog to expose it online. Period. It's a couple people that I was cool with. I stopped speaking to. They told me personal things. One person got over 1 million followers. Okay. She told me a lot of personal things. I realized that she's a black woman. I realized that she wasn't the type of person that I wanted to talk to. She was kind of fake and phony. I didn't go nowhere and tell her business. I didn't go nowhere and tell all the stuff that she had to say that she told me. I just dropped it and left it alone because that's what you do when you respect black women. You don't get up there and expose their business in defense of a black man that got a white tea woman, okay, who always talk about how great black women are, because if they were so great, he had one, and a white tea man. How, what? What? Oh my God. Let me just go over here to Sage because now I'm about to get heated because that's just insanity. It's just insanity. Go ahead, Sage.
I don't even know where to begin when it comes to public, because I have been in this space for a very long time, and I have been here since I've watched public grow. Like, I was here before his platform even got as popular as it did. And you are not the first person that he has done that to. He has a group of women to where they will defend him tooth and nail. And the first person I remember this happening publicly that he did that to, well, not exactly the same thing, but it was a situation where Lily had an issue with public, and a bunch of women, jumped to his defense. And I'm thinking to myself, he's a grown man. Let him handle this on your own, because after Lily raised some concerns about some things that were said with him on a live panel, he went and started a live, and I saw a lot of black women go over there and basically console him about it. And I blocked a lot of black women off of that. Like, there was a lot of black women on panels that I had blocked, because if I see you come to the defense of a man where a black woman raises a concern or an issue with, that's an instant block. And these women may not have done anything to me personally, but I pay attention on how women in this space engage with conflict with other women. If you take it to hell because you want to sit here and defend a man who a black woman raises a concern or an issue with, and now this man knows that he has women that will attack other women if these women raise a slight concern, for me that's an instant block. But I've had public block since the Lily incident. There's been other women that have confronted public with issues, and the women that support him just go on attack mode for him. I don't understand why they do it, but when I'm telling you, my concern with him is, from what I understand with him, is that he for some reason late at night would be in like the white sector with the YT people. And I guess he didn't have any luck there. And I remember one time I was up late at night at like 3-4 in the morning, and he was up late with one of my mutuals who's a YT man. And I was just confused on why he was there, but I guess he didn't have success over there. So he came and realized that he could have success in the black women empowerment, BWE, whatever we're calling ourselves, space. And now he knows that, he has a gang of women that will attack other women. And in my personal opinion is, if you are truly for women as a man, you would be trying to diffuse any conflict, diffuse any problems, diffuse any situations. But he doesn't. He just allows it. And this is just me speaking on what I have witnessed with him. And when I'm telling you, he and I used to talk behind the scenes on Instagram, and I would just have conversations with him about panels and things that were going on. But after the Lily situation, I had blocked him. And after I'd witnessed some things on live panels, and having spoken to mutuals behind the scenes about things that were going on, I'm just like, yeah, I had to block, because I didn't want to get dragged into anything.
Can I tell you also, Sage, everybody, this morning, so I was kind of telling Triggered about this a couple months ago, but I didn't want to go too deep in depth. But I keep saying, and I have but all of this is going out because he gaslit me. And he's saying that I'm lying, and they're saying that I was manipulating the dark-skinned women to jump to my defense, all kind of crazy shit. But he told me, Lynn, if you take this to TikTok, nobody is going to believe you. They're going to think you're crazy like Harmony and Wireless Woman. But I hope y'all heard his live this morning, because I'm clipping that because I've been saying that for months now. He's been telling me that, and he said it again this morning on his live. He said, "You're crazy. You sound crazy. Why does this always happening to me?" Now he's the victim. Now women are just randomly making this shit up about him, and they all happen to be saying the same thing. He's like, "If you notice, they're using the same narrative that everybody else used." Yeah, because you have the same issue. I don't even talk to Harmony. I don't talk to her because
Her
of that
blocked.
situation and
Blocked her a long time
how she
ago.
handled it. Right. The situation and how she handled it, I did not agree with. But I'll tell you one thing, they was right about some of the stuff that they said, and I am truly sorry for not believing them then. And that's some shit that I'm working out on my own. And y'all can hang me out to dry. Y'all can clock me on my T. Yeah, the internalized misogyny wanted to have a man come to my defense. I wanted an ally in him. But excuse the heck out of me. Like, let's be serious. I'll eat that, but I'm eating it now because y'all are really dragging it. Y'all dragging my name, and it's excessive at this point because I literally have all the proof in the pudding, and I'm going to go the 9 yards to expose everything that they said and that they did because y'all played with me and y'all saying I'm a liar and I'm a manipulator, and I don't appreciate that at all.
Okay. All right, Lynn. Let me go over here down to and I appreciate you for giving your perspective too, Lynn. I'm gonna go down here to a supervillain and then Drika.
Hey, Triggered. I said let me
Hey.
come up. I know we had talked on the back end. So this whole thing, there's a lot going on. I don't specifically know about the Jeff thing and the public thing, but I want to say this. I went into the live, and I'm somebody who keeps it real. If people are offended, I rather tell the truth than pretend. I definitely said even if Lynn was wrong or being harmful, there is no way I can accept being in a live on a panel where a white man is calling a black woman harmful. Lynn, you know me and you have our whatever it is that we have, but there's no way. I'm gonna be keep it a G. I said it in the comments, the host comments. I specifically said even if
I saw all of y'all super villain. I saw everything y'all said, and I respect it.
I said, even if she's being harmful, let the other black women on the panel say it. For to be in a space, a panel full of black women, and a white T man can feel comfortable and say verbatim a black woman was harmful, they lost me there. I'm gonna be just completely honest. That's where I was lost. And I've been backing away from a lot of spaces. Sidebar, shout out to Sage. I'm gonna tell y'all one thing. Me and Sage have been on accord, but she's been a bit faster than me on side eyeing people, and every single person that we said we have side eyed have been problematic since. I wanna say one of the first people, and I don't want to bring up old stuff, but even when our good friend Pivot was accused of something, and I backed away and I said, you know what, be careful. I got a lot of smoke from mutuals for that. And then what happens down the line? I just want to say I got to give Sage her flowers because she definitely called out a lot of problematic people, and I definitely
Nobody
witnessed
listen to me.
Sage. I'm shouting you out right now. I know for a fact I've seen people leave Sage, not be mutuals with Sage, say crazy shit about Sage, and Sage has not missed yet. I will let you know when she missed, and she has not missed yet. So shout out to Sage.
And
Sage, I'm
T,
shouting you out for that.
that's what I'm saying. T is here, and T can also vouch for that. That it was a
Yes.
lot of people that I saw that were problematic. And the formula isn't hard to figure out if these people are problems. It's how they handle and deal with conflict among black
Can I
women.
tell y'all? I said from the, I didn't want to be messy, right? And I don't like to be messy, especially when I see black women really going crazy over somebody. But if anybody follows me or listen to me, I've been said, why would y'all ever follow this man? Why? What about him? He doesn't even look like he gives a about black women. That he doesn't even give that vibe. I have
You
no
said that,
idea why
Trigger.
They're
anybody.
desperate.
Yes, I've been said it. I
They're
said I don't
Trigger,
know
you
why y'all
said
would
that the
trust.
first day I came on your panel, and I
Man,
remember saying,
yeah,
I read, so you got that too, Trigger, because at the time I did not clock it. I have since then been clocked
yeah.
it. You
I
know
was
that.
like, what is
But you
going
did say that to
on?
me the very first day I came on your panel. So I have to see. But my thing at the end of the day really wrap up because first of all, we're all human beings. I don't understand why women believe, or even feminists believe, you're going to get along with every single person in the room. Like, I believe all of us women deserve autonomy. Now, am I going to go to a crab boil with everybody on a panel? No. I'm not, but that doesn't mean I don't believe you should have your autonomy. We're human beings. We're not gonna like everybody because that shit is natural. Sometimes friendships end. That's also natural too. But I just want to say I could not, as the G in me, the actual separatist, radical feminist in me. And Trigger, you know, I'm here all the time. Me and you have opposing views on that, but we still be rocking together. We still respect each other.
Absolutely.
I could not. I could not fathom a white T man, and maybe because I don't know him, but I feel like even if I did, being comfortable enough to say that and nobody clocking that. I specifically said this could never happen on Trigger's live. Even
No,
if Trigger
you already
got
know.
along
I
with the
would
person,
never
they
let
get
that
kicked the
happen.
hell out.
Yes,
So
he would have been got dogged out. I would have
yeah,
never let it happen. I would have been like, "Excuse me." Like why would you even feel I would be offended that he would even feel comfortable to even say that in my space.
that's what I'm
I
saying,
I even
Trigger.
feel crazy when the black men feel like they gonna come in and say something crazy. So it's like either or, whoever it is, if you got Franks and beans, you're not a black woman, you ain't never saying nothing up in here that is gonna be viewed as disrespectful or discriminatory or whatever, or out of pocket towards black women. I'm never gonna let you do it. And I don't even care if you got a point. And it be sometimes I post these lives on like YouTube, it'll be black women in the comments, so be like, why did you guys talk to that man like that? You guys should have been nicer to that man. And I
Trigger,
always
hold
say
up.
that this is a safe space for black women and black women only. I don't know what you heard, but that's the only time you can expect to feel safe.
Trigger, I gotta tell you something too, and there has been drama outside of the Jeff thing. I don't know too much about it, so I can't talk on that specifically. So you know what I mean. Everything outside of that, there has been a lot of messy shit going on TikTok. But I want to say too, even last night in the comments, T had made a comment saying like, we're not gonna believe a white man over a black woman, and a couple people, him included, and other women, he said something about, oh, if you don't believe me, then you're being harmful to 10 other black women. And that was the most gaslighting statement I ever seen in my fucking life. And how that shit wasn't called
I
out.
got a screenshot.
It was two women who called me dumb and stupid because I said the same thing in the comments. And then when I clicked on like a couple of them to respond because I wanted to see
Saw
who they
that too.
were, they had blocked me. They had blocked me
I saw
already.
that too. I
I
saw
was like,
you.
wow, okay.
Triggered. We can have our grievances with each other. And I ain't saying Lynn is innocent, right? We all have our issues in this whole space. But
Yeah.
why is a white T man comfortable to. No, I can't. I will never. You
The
gotta
And
know.
you know
problem
what? Like I
for
said,
men, that was the problem. That's why I called him out.
and then my
That was
thing
the
is
problem.
because I just want to say this real quick because I want people to understand that I can't speak for any of the ladies on the panel. You know what I'm saying? And I do find it very distasteful that there would ever be black women defending a white T man named Alabama or a white T man in general and putting them above black women. But I also feel the same way about black men as well. I feel like it's very problematic for any black women to place themselves in defense of a black man at all, because the collective of black men would never defend you like that. They never would. They would never go against a black man for you. Like I said, the extra layer of him having a white T wife. I've seen him. I asked him specifically in a live one time, of course, underneath my burner. I said, do you advocate for black women specifically, or is it all women? You know what I'm saying? Now he blocked me But then he proceeded to answer the question because I went right back in there with another page. And he said that his space is like for all women and all of this other stuff. And I feel like at first he was trying to sell the dream that he was just there for black women until he managed to get traction. And then now he wants to do what he really wants to do, which is probably go all lives matter it. Because you know how a lot of people, black men, they build their support, they build their following, they build everything up off the backs of black women. And then once they get to where they want to go, now all of a sudden it's white is right. Now all of a sudden it's for all women. Now all of a sudden now he wants to center the snow bunnies that he loves to be and married to. And it's not that I care that this man is with a white tea woman. I wanted to be clear here, but I do think that there's something disingenuous with a man saying how he's trying to do something for black women, or they're so this or they're all this, and then you don't have one when there are so many amazing, beautiful black women. It's a choice that you chose to do that, in my opinion. It's not the same when it comes to black women. So my thing is that you're already disingenuous. You out here painting your fingernails. I feel like everything that he does is very performative to push a narrative of this type of liberal, all rights free type of black man, which really only ever most of the time boils down to everybody else can say what they want, do what they want, have their own thoughts, live how they want to live, except black women. Black women can't choose what type of orientation of man they want. Black women can't choose who they want in their spaces. They got to do everything that everybody else wants. And I don't like people like that don't want the freedom for black women that they openly advocate for everybody else. That's that fake stuff. And if anybody doesn't see him placing himself in a position of defense of a white tea man over black women or over the women that he supposedly makes this BS content for every day, if you don't see that's hypocritical and fake and that he's only doing it for a check and clout, I don't know what to tell you. God bless you, because I tell you what, I own Universal Studios, and I can sell you all of it. All you got to do is cash at me $350,000 right now, and I'll give it to you. Because if you believe that, you'll believe you believe what he has to say. You get what I'm saying? But anyway, let me just go down and let everybody else get a chance to
I'm gonna
speak.
drop down, but I just wanted to
Oh,
say really quickly too before I go make
go
more
ahead.
space. And he's not gonna be the last one. I'm not gonna
Absolutely.
drop right now, but if I were you ladies who have a particular favorite creator in mind that is male, I would go back and double check and see their attitude.
Don't
Number
trust none
one,
of them.
if he could be in a live and call you modern bitches and be joking, he's problematic because a man wouldn't find calling you a bitch a joke in the first place if he was a good guy. But y'all know I don't believe in them anyway. There's no such thing. But I'm gonna drop. Thank you so much,
Who
Trey. You know
wants
I'm
to
gonna
know
catch
she
you on the
Oh,
wanted
back
to
no,
end.
be
no
screaming?
problem, no problem, super villain. And I just want to piggyback real quick on that statement because I really, really mean this. If you are a black woman and you're a black woman listening to this, you should not trust any men at all. And it's not saying that you can trust all women either. It's not saying you can't trust. There aren't women out here, aren't black women with agendas and things, and they're not sincere in what they're saying. But like I said earlier, for anybody that wasn't here, is at the end of the day, even when you see black women that say stupid things, they're pick me or they're this or they're that. At the end of the day, there are black women, they still have to walk in the same shoes that you do. They have the same experiences that you do, regardless of whether they want to acknowledge that or not. But if you're out here listening to any man of any race that comes on this live, that comes on TikTok, that comes on YouTube, and he puts himself in a position of trying to be the protector and defender of black women or women in general, I promise you he's on some BS. Because if he really wanted to make real change, effective change, he would address men. He would go in those toxic male spaces where they get real ignorant, where they call black women nappy headed. They call them hyenas. They call them the B word. They call them masculine and unruly and ugly. And all. He would go there and get through the fire and argue and go back and forth with those Negroes every day. He wouldn't make his space comfortable and surround himself with black women who only want to hear what he has to say. If you get what I'm saying. So keep in mind, don't believe none of them. If you're smart, you won't believe none of them. And that's just all I have to say. Well, let me go down here to
Lynn
Drika.
requested to be on the big screen. I don't know how much time she has left.
Who you said who? Oh, Lynn. Okay, hold
Lynn
on.
requested to be on the big
Oh
screen.
yeah, okay, Ardo. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Lynn.
Remember last night in the live they said it's not about Jeff. This is them asking me what if is it about Jeff? Like, look at this is Villain, a lady who was hosting the live. They asked me, "What's your problem with Jeff?" They kind of out of order, but I'll bring them up. What's your problem with Jeff? I said, he knows my problem with him. Does he really know? They over here caping. Y'all, I'm gonna go through it fast. This is Shawnee, the lady on the panel who said, "Oh, she cussed me out." Like everybody is like, they got their panties in the bush. They clutching their pearls because I cussed them out. But look at what they did before I cussed them out. Look, hold on, that's the same one. He said to me, this is Jeff, y'all, in the Discord. I'm gonna read it. He said, "You do not want a resolution. This is proof of it. In public Discord, there was a private chat to be demure. I love how we all deconstructing, but Lynn is the marker for if someone else's deconstruction is good enough for Lynn. Y'all let me know, who is the marker for your deconstruction? Who is able to tell Trigger who is deconstructed enough to be around Trigger? Or who is able to tell T or Sage or whoever who is deconstructed enough to be around y'all?" Okay. But the white man, I'm supposed to believe him. If he say he ain't racist no more, I gotta believe him and be quiet, right? Um, I answered Lynn's questions again and again until she got it. And now that Lynn has decided that what I said was problematic, he meant was I'm still problematic. Oh, okay. So they said last night, y'all heard them ladies say over and over again last night, it wasn't about Jeff. It wasn't about Jeff. Why do every screenshot I have, they asking about Jeff? They over here, Jeff. 2 weeks ago, it was Jeff's gonna be my baby daddy. Now I'm problematic. That's not what happened. That's not what was said. And for him to keep sexualizing me, saying that I wanted to be in a relationship with him, that never happened. Y'all literally have to stop. This is the message I sent Lux. I'm telling you, Trigger, I have receipts on top of receipts, but I'm the bull in the china shop. I literally tried to work this out so many times with them on the back end. This is Jeff. The fact that you don't even know what the problem is, because Lynn said last night she had no beef with me, and I said call me out for anything, but y'all are agreeing with the problem. You think these people don't have a brain? He talking to Liz, another white woman. You think these people don't have a brain? What do he mean? He's from Alabama, y'all. Let's be oh so serious. This is the same man on Yellow Chick Live who said that he want to. We was making up words, being fun, and we was saying stuff like musa, and he said, "Can I have a word to replace the N word? Can I say musa fella?" Suspicious. Same man who told a black man to go back where he came from and also said, "Oh no, I meant to go back to a golf course." When have you ever heard somebody say go back to the golf course you came from? Let's be serious. Y'all, I love how we all oh, that's the same thing. I just zoomed in on it. This is Liz telling him, "Jeff, you need to check yourself. You're in a black space. Did you forget where you are?" And then Jerry attacking Liz for checking Jeff. This is a white woman checking Jeff. And Jerry, a black woman, is attacking Liz for checking Jeff. This is a long message Jeff sent about me. And then this is Shawnee, the same woman who was on the panel, like she cussed me out. Because why do Lynn have an issue over a conversation she was never a part of to begin with, talking about the conversation with just minding my business? That happened in this Discord and on a live she wasn't even in. She's saying, "Why you questioning him?" How the fuck does that even work? So once again, how did we get to Jeff being problematic based on what exactly? Y'all telling me this ain't about Jeff? Who name do y'all see keep being repeated? And they didn't cuss me out. They wasn't cussing at me over Jeff. Look at this. So I shouldn't have cussed him out. Y'all gotta be for real. I have all the receipts. Y'all was playing with me. Y'all was playing with me. So once again, what's really the issue? They was like, "Come outside, Lynn, come outside." Like they was really on me. Like it's crazy.
Oh,
Live to
oh,
go through all of
okay.
the shit that they said.
Okay, all right. Hold on. I gotta fix this this thing again. Okay. All right. Okay, so Lynn, let me go down here to I Drika and then Miss Dark Horse. Go ahead, Drika.
Hey, your trigger, this is me. I'm on my backup page. And I posted some videos on this page so that people will be able to see like some of the things that they said because I know that y'all said y'all was in there last night. I heard Super Villain saying that she was in there and addressing things in tea. But the part that really solidified, well, to me, I think that solidifies what Lynn is speaking to is when Villain was going off on Vivi about the harm that Lynn caused and why Vivi didn't catch the harm. She said that you didn't see how harmful Lynn was when she was making prompts and posting lives about us, especially Jeff, in public. And if that doesn't make it clear what's going on, I don't know what will. And then when they tried to play a video of Lynn, they purposely paused it to skip over certain parts, and it just shows intention as well. But I've been crashing out all weekend per usual. And what I've discovered is that when you have a certain amount of integrity or you have a certain moral standing, it's a difficult place to be in when you are deconstructing and discovering yourself and these kind of fallouts happen. Because I went to Ty Law because they was exposing things and giving us a space to say some stuff. But what I've learned is that being a black woman and really trying to stick to what you believe in is so difficult because some people will give you room in certain areas of your experience, but in other areas they won't. So because we oh, that's so cute. Not oh, the villain. Okay, the villain, not Susan. Okay, I got you. But that little thing was cute. But what it boils down to, in my opinion, is I think that they're lying. And I think that they are no different from the harmful rhetoric that we hear from some of these more overt spaces where they are saying the things out loud, like you said, the nappy head comment, all those things. They have the same type of rhetoric. They just kind of hide it better. And although I'm very much gonna crash out and be problematic, like I'm gonna call somebody a bitch, I'm gonna curse, I'm gonna go in your trigger. You don't have to reel me in, and I do it to men and women. Um, I know there's just certain things I don't do. And some of it is me like practicing and recognizing my internalized misogyny or my anti-blackness. And some of it is just muscle memory, right? But like them making fun of Lynn's her middle name because it was deemed ghetto, and them putting a picture of a dog up and saying that that's what I look like. Those are things that are not just because you're upset and you're going back and forth with people. Cause I'ma slip up and call you a bitch all the time. I'ma fuck around and say you ugly for sure. I might do those things. Those things ain't all the way out of me. I might be broke and call you broke, cause that might be the first thing that come to my mind when I'm trying to be quick with it. But I ain't never thought to make fun uh, uh of certain things that relate to black people, or compare a black woman to a dog, and then say that other people are harmful. I think any way we handle it or anybody handles that type of behavior, I think it's fair game. And honestly, I don't give a fuck what nobody else say about them because they don't give a fuck. And I'll end with that.
Okay, all right, Drika. Okay, so let me go down here to Miss Dark Horse.
Hey, thank you for letting me up.
No problem.
You stole my point. I waited this whole time because I don't want to be rude and drop.
Oh, I'm so sorry, sis.
You said it already like 15 minutes ago, but I kind of brought it over from Ty's live about the red pill men kind of still using this opportunity to shake their daddy finger, like I told you, women, kind of thing. And I want to tell you why. Just for the people who are here that were also there, I put it in the comments. The reason why, and Mia Lynn, I understand y'all, making the apology, saying y'all were right, but it is hard to hear advice from one oppressor when he's trying to steal the power from the other oppressor and oppress you too.
That's just it. That's just it. Yes, it's going to be hard to trust your message, sir, when you misogynistic as fuck. I'm sorry, do you curse over here? I'm sorry, shit. I'm
Oh
still
no, I
cursing.
try not to. I try not to.
Okay, no cursing. But it's hard to trust the message from the person who says, hey, let me control you. You should be listening to me. You should let me lead you. I should follow you. I should tell you everything that you should do with your life. Hey, him over there, he's pandering. He is grifting or what have you. I need you in my house so I can grift to you. Whatever is going on. But you're not talking and defending black women. So if you are always arguing at a black woman, and talking about how she's less than, what her problems are. But then you want to say, but him over there is harmful while you also being harmful. Do you have any idea how hard it is to see the message from that? Why would we trust that hand? They're saying, here, take this. Trust me. While you the same person who was smacking me around. So I said it in a way less beautiful way. You said it in a really, really concise way. So, but I was just trying to get that out. I'm gonna go ahead and drop back down. But thank you for letting me up.
Oh, no problem, no problem, Mr. Hardcore. Sorry about you having to take all day. I did want to address something that I saw you guys say in the comments. I think it was a few black women that it's been that public offender had said that black women are the oppressors of white T women and of T women. And I just wanted to say that if you're a black woman and you don't understand that people that use that type of terminology is harmful, crazy, insane rhetoric that is meant to get you to have no type of space and protective areas for yourself, I don't know what to tell you, because a black man telling anybody that they are telling black women that they oppress anything is already, you're in a world of delulu, you're nuts. And just because you may not agree with something or you think something should be done this way or that way doesn't make you an oppressor. But I can't even understand why this man didn't lose every last follower that he had. But after that, because if the farthest that a black woman is gonna go is about T women, is not, they don't have a right to live life how they want. They don't have a right to do whatever they would like with their bodies or whatever, or get married or do. Nobody cares about that. I can guarantee you, I've never seen a black woman say that. The only thing is that I've ever seen is black women. If I don't acknowledge you as what you want, that's on me. That's not, you don't have to. You don't have to put what you think about yourself on me. That's not oppression. If I don't agree with you, that's not oppression. You have Republicans and Democrats that don't agree with each other's perspectives all the time. That doesn't mean that they're oppressing each other. Now, there are certain other reasons why certain laws being put in place that could cause oppression. But if I disagree with your perspective, that doesn't make me an oppressor. And like I said, that's an insane way of thinking. And I can't believe that he would throw that on black women. I can't even believe that. That's just so disgusting and out of pocket. But like I said, I'm not surprised, because like he just gives, I don't know, like have you ever watched like a cartoon and you
Correct.
seen somebody with like, they just look shisty? Like you could just tell by like their expressions and the way they look, like they just on some BS by just looking. That's what he gives me. Just automatically. No vibes, no good vibes.
He wants to be with the white people. That, in a nutshell, he wants to be with the white people, but he's pulling out of the typical playbook to where he uses black women's labor, energy, money to build himself up. And like you said earlier, you were spot on. So once he does that, then black women get put aside,
Yeah.
and he panders to whoever he feels like he can pander to. Because from what, like I said earlier, from what I understand, he tried to be in the white political space, but that didn't work out the way that it was supposed to work out for him. And the only place where he could build up any sort of following or any sort of power is off the backs of black women. But again, once he gets to where he needs to go, he's gonna be
it may
doing his
work
own
now,
thing.
Sage. You know how it is with black women. Like, we lay the foundation for them to step on us to go up.
Pretty
So
much.
that's probably what's gonna happen. And then I think like I would give it probably like another year or so, and you'll gradually see him go more and more away from any topics or anything that even specifically, affect black women, to where he may even go strictly to the YT side. And then it'll just be black
Trying to
women.
go is the YT side. He really wants to be over there
Yeah, that's where
with the YT people.
yeah.
Sage, I just want to tell y'all that I met him in person because we both live in Southern Cali, and I met him in person just for about like an hour. We talked. Um, he told me how much money he made off of YouTube and off of TikTok, and he said every month he has a goal. His wife allowed him to quit his job last June because he started making 20K or so some odd dollars a month off of TikTok and YouTube combined. He then went on in the Discord and told us that he wants to, mind you, these are the women who send money faithfully to him. He's talking to about how he want to buy his son a Louis Vuitton duffel bag, like, and he want to do this and he want to do that. And he about to buy this and buy a house and this and that. And my thing with him, and one of the problems I had with him was that like you quit your job to pursue this full time, and like your morality is now, well, no, I'm gonna take that back because I'm still giving him grace in saying that his morality was always in the wrong place, his heart was always in the wrong place. But you tried to gaslight me, and you told me on our personal call, Lynn, this is my career. I gotta feed my family with this. Nah, and y'all trying to take this to TikTok. Don't do it. All that kind of stuff. Nah, I don't care. I don't care because you say that your wife is a YT woman who recognizes and understands her privilege and racism, and she helped you unpack some of your anti-blackness and misogyny. Well, tell me why a YT woman who's supposed to be an advocate will be okay with you exploiting money from black women. Make that shit make
You
sense.
know what,
It
Lynn?
don't.
Lynn, I'm gonna tell you what. This is one of like I feel like it's straight out of like Freddy Krueger nightmares for me to send money to someone and they use it to finance a Snow Bunny's lifestyle and her upkeep. Like what? I can't even believe a black woman as a black woman. How could you how could you spend your hard-earned money? How could you spend your hard-earned money knowing that that's gonna be the destination of it? Like I just, oh my
What
goodness,
is that man's account, Jeff's account, so I can make sure I block him? Because I think he
bro.
followed me
Alabama fella.
yesterday.
Alabama fella.
Yeah, I
And
blocked
then
him yesterday myself. I blocked him yesterday. When I see all of that stuff he was saying, I clicked on that man profile and I was like, this cannot be who these women are talking about. Because I promise in the 1930s, y'all would have been running from that man. Okay? Y'all would have been running because he would have said, you don't belong here. Well, what your kind doing over here? Huh? Like, and he probably doing it now, but he was definitely, if he was back then, he would definitely be doing that. For y'all to even dare trust a man that looks like that, I'm just bewildered at people's the ability to be discerning on the type of people they talking to. Like, cause boy, be for real. But let me go down here to supervillain. Go ahead, supervillain.
Thank you, Trig. And y'all, I don't know. I know some of y'all are familiar with Triggered. A lot of y'all aren't here a lot. Because I'm gonna just trigger do my thing, and we have hard conversations over here, and we hold each other's accountable. I'm going to say this. I acknowledge that his space was never a black woman's space. Black women just tended to grift over there and take over and mule like they usually do. And that's what happens. Y'all hear a man say something decent, and he's Jesus Tyrone the Christ to y'all. What has he said that Triggered don't be over here saying every freaking day? But where's your numbers, Triggered? It just be me, you, T, Sage, and a couple of people in the
Yeah,
comments.
yeah.
Triggered, what have you said that he has
I'll be here
not
too.
said? Oh, sorry, Cookie. I didn't see you up there. Sorry, Cookie. Sorry. I'm just saying. What he
Yeah.
don't say that you
Facts,
don't be
facts.
saying every day, Triggered, but where do they flock? Because a nigga is saying it. How many times do we have these hard conversations over it? And I have to be real with y'all. His space was never a black woman's space. Y'all gravitated over there and made him big. The shit y'all would do for a man, but y'all would never do for a black woman. So let's have the real conversations, y'all. It's easy to blame him, but who over there? Because he don't got y'all at pew pew point. And before this, y'all was all gung ho for him before this incident, and he was showing the same behavior he was showing the whole time. He never changed. So let's have the real. If we're gonna talk, because that's what we do over here. By the way, Triggered is being super soft, but I know she want to know the information, so I got you, Triggered, because Triggered holds will call out the behavior. He's been the same way he's been the last 2 years. He ain't doing nothing different. Why y'all all gravitated over there?
Can
Because
I
he ain't saying
answer?
nothing different that Triggered said. He ain't say nothing different that Wireless said. He ain't say nothing that I'm not a content creator. He ain't say nothing a lot that I haven't said. But where's the numbers?
I can answer.
And
Well, I
because
want the. Oh, sorry.
I'm gonna just say because the numbers, it don't be over here like that. And now Trigger does her thing, but I'm gonna be completely honest. The support don't be the way it's over there, and it's black women supporting him. By the way, by and large, it's black women holding down his Discord. Again, he has not changed. He has been displaying the same behavior from the beginning. Why are we over there? Again, because a nigga say something nice and we so love starved that the first time a nigga say something decent, he becomes Jesus Tyrone the freaking Christ does.
I
Come
agree,
on.
because the crazy part about it is it's like, okay, a dude say something nice. And this is why I be figuring some women be landing themselves in situations with men, because it's like, okay, but look at his life. He might talk a good game and sound good, but if he says he's black this, black that, cares about black women, this, that, and third, where is his black wife? Same thing with Umar. Same thing with Isaac Hayes. Like, they don't got black wives. They got kids. I don't know if Isaac Hayes got any kids. He probably do. But Isaac Hayes got caught out lusting after non-black women. Umar Johnson got multiple baby mamas and kids he don't take care of. But because he talk a good game, they don't have any sort of expectations out of a man. And then we wonder why we end up in screwed up situations with men, especially when you didn't look at his life. If his life is not in order and he ain't got a black wife and black kids that he's taking care of, you can't count on that. I'm sorry, go ahead. I apologize.
I just wanted to say real quick. I agree with what y'all saying. I have said this before, and sometimes it does hurt me a little bit. Like I remember, I'm not going to be messy and say who, but there was a black woman that DM'd me, right, and she said that it was another dude that's on here, but he said he's married to a black woman. I think his name is Controversial Shannon, and she was telling me that he had disrespect her in some way, and it was some type of man that he liked or whatever that was on the panel that had called her the B word or something like that, if I'm not mistaken, and that he had allowed it to go on, and basically he was like on the men's side that he did like or whatever. And I was just thinking to myself, like, and after that, this is like when I didn't really know too much about him. I never, like I said, I never trust any of them. So I never followed none of them. But I went to his page and I was just like, I saw a live that he was doing. I was just like, oh, the same old, same old. I didn't necessarily get a good vibe from him either. And I was just thinking, I saw all this support from black women, and I was just thinking, like, wow, like I really am hurt by the support to them, but not as much to me. But I realized that I couldn't take it personally because, like I said earlier, black women, we are, and it's not saying that this is the ladies in the panel. It may not be y'all, but I think that we can admit that collectively black women are disrespected, degraded, put down, made to feel less than, all of these things, made to feel unattractive, masculine, ugly. You got black men that always put other races of women and their mediocrity on a pedestal and make it seem like we have to be amazing of the amazing to get any type of, praise or whatnot. And I think that creates a firestorm of insecurity, feeling inadequate, a feeling of desperation for kind words and love and affirmation. And so there are a lot of black women that don't receive that in their real life. So they are willing to even take some affirmations that may be insincere, as long as it comes from a man's mouth versus a woman's mouth. It's just like the weight of my words as a black woman is not as heavy, unfortunately, as the words of a black man or as the words of a man in general. And that's something that I feel like maybe we as black women, not maybe, but we definitely, and I'm not saying me because it's definitely not me. I could care less about these dudes, but I do know that it is something that's present in a lot of black women. You know what I mean? And until Black women as a whole stop that yearning and realize that the self-love and the affirmation that you desire is inside of you, that you need to tell yourself that you the bomb, and you the only one that needs to believe that and know that you don't need no nappy-headed, ashy man, okay, to tell you that you are worthy or deserving. You don't need that. You need that inside yourself. And when I say nappy-headed, I don't mean black hair is bad, just for anybody that will focus on that. I just said it because that's just the term that I'm choosing right now. But all hair is beautiful. I have 4C hair myself. It's beautiful. All I'm saying is, though, is that we have to tell each other that we are worthy. And that has to mean something. And we have to make the love that we show each other as sisters mean something as well. My words to you as a Black woman and your words to me as a Black woman should mean way more than anything that public offender, controversial Shannon, Alabama, whatever that dude's name is, and whatever man has to say. And until we can do that, we will continually be taken advantage of by men. We will continually be paying their bills up so they can go find the non-Black woman of their choice and live life high on the hog. You know what I'm saying? Live ballerific on our dime. Why, at the end of the day, once they get everything that they want out of Black women, once they have energy vampired and siphoned all the energy from Black women, the support, the love, the affirmations, they can step over our used husks and keep moving and keep pushing. And I just don't want to see that happen to Black women for real. Now, of course, I would love to get lives and people to really focus on me like they do these dudes, but if that's not what's going to happen with me, that's fine. I know I have a lot of Black women that do love me and do listen to me and do respect me, but I think the most saddest is that I just don't like to see Black women taken advantage of, and I promise these men are not sincere. And a man that is clearly not on Black women's side, making $20K a month by pandering to a group of women that he doesn't even really care about, is sad to me. But let me keep going. It's an open panel, so whatever you guys want to say, y'all can say. I'm gonna go ahead and mute up.
I wanted to address what Villain was saying. It is true, because we have been having this conversation as we've been deconstructing. Me and the people I surround myself around have been having this conversation about is it that it's this desperate need for hearing a man give us the validation and say something nice, is the way y'all put it. And I just started going live myself, and after experiencing doing it, I do wish that I had more people who would hear what I'm saying, because I'm like, I definitely feel like I give a unique approach, way more unique than a lot of these men. They don't be saying nothing, but I also understand that it is desperate. We want to be seen and appreciated so bad that we miss a lot of the signs. And I definitely do think that we got to be open to have the conversation within ourselves, because when we were thinking about it, because it's been going on for a while, as we've been talking about this and going through this, we've been like unpacking and recognizing some things. And I know when Wireless started talking about it, when I started thinking about the experience of what happened with Public and Jeff and the other women, and then I remember back to what Wireless said, the only reason why I didn't fully take in what she said, even though I personally was talking to her, even though I heard what she said, I was in her space, is because of my internalized misogyny and my colorism. What else could it be? Because experiencing it, I'm saying, like, it's the same thing. So why was it not being heard if it's not because of that? So I think that we need to, we don't need to skate, try to scurry around it. I think we need to have that direct conversation. Yeah, Mia, it was your internalized misogyny and colorism. You couldn't hear that lady. You didn't want to hear that lady. You wanted to be a part of this group or this friendship, and the way you could shield yourself is because you was trading in this group of ladies for another group of ladies. But the reality is, it was under the umbrella of a man. So once we say that, then we can actually grow. But if we try to skip around it and oh, I don't know, I didn't see, then we'll keep the cycle going. Because if you keep lying to yourself, how are you going to be better? Deconstruction is going to be a constant thing. So I wanted to say that. Then I think that I'm sorry. Go ahead. Go ahead. You're triggered.
Oh no, I wasn't gonna say anything. You can keep going, sis. Go ahead. You can talk. There's no problem.
But yeah, so
Say something real quick, Drico, before you
yeah.
go to the next thing. So it goes beyond realizing we have internalized misogyny. We say that shit on the panels every day. We have to investigate why we need the validation of men when we're constantly on panels saying men are our apex predator. Again, I hear a lot of it's like the protect and provide talk. We meaning the space, because I don't particularly do that. It's all men to me. But we get into conversations trying to convince men to be protectors and providers. But then also on the same panels, 5 minutes later or 5 minutes before, say men are our apex predators. In what world do you expect your apex predator to be the guardianship of your safety? We have to investigate and do the work of why we're expecting this from men. Again, with the protecting and providing. Why are we asking men to protect and provide? We know they're apex predator. We might as well expect men to do no harm and stop hoarding resources. They're not going to do it. I don't care. I know we do a whole lot of these women have degrees in sociology, this and psychology, that. We're never going to educate the misogyny out of men.
So
Some
I
of the
was going. Oh,
smartest
sorry.
men in the world, geniuses, are misogynistic. So it's up to us to navigate differently. Instead of say, I need to be this man to protect and to provide, why don't you learn how to protect for yourself and learn how these men are providing? And so they can't hoard resources from us. And I'm not saying women can't have partnership with men, right? I know there's women who they gotta have, gotta scratch that itch. That's a human thing. I will never be mad at that. But perfect example is what I give is T. T is married. T will tell you she is a misandrous gold digger. She navigates her husband accordingly. Triggered has a husband who is good to her. She be up here giving advice, but women will listen to a nigga who's not married to a black woman instead of listen to Triggered, a black woman married to a black man who treats her well. This is the dichotomy I don't understand. Why? And that's what I'm saying. That's what we need to investigate. We have to investigate why we need that validation. Why are we not good enough to listen to each other and move accordingly? And that's what I try to teach women. Because at the end of the day, when you can be okay without a man, you're going to do better because you won't ever get in that desperate space. You know what I'm
And,
saying? So I'm
and
going to just throw that out
supervillain,
there.
if I could chime in, I feel like my thing is if we want to talk about figuring it out, I went to therapy and my therapist told me everything that you allow negative in your life is a sense of self-worthlessness. Why do you feel like you are not worth this thing? And I feel like the thing is we can keep trying to say, oh, let's dig and figure it out. But women already know. I grew up in a house full of females and my dad was present. He wasn't the best man, but he was a man and he took care of his family. But the thing that I've learned about being in that environment as being the youngest, I realized I had this need to protect women and children. I had this need to always feel like, you know what, if a man is doing something and I don't agree with it, I'm gonna say something because these men are punks. They're not even men. You would never talk to my father like that. You would never talk to no man like that. You would never. You understand? They not gonna black men. Just Mo could tell you when I was on that panel, I told them black men, y'all would never talk to a white man like that the way you talk it to a black woman. The problem is that us saying that puts us in danger. So now, even though we know that they are our apex predator, like you said, because Villain, I listen to a lot of things that you say, and I've been conforming myself to that mindset of realizing that it is all of them. This is really a thing that's going on. And yes, we don't want to make it an all person thing, but majority rules in every other case. So it's like when you're putting it in that mind space, you have to really realize you have to monitor how you even deal with them. You have to stop censoring them, because I think that was another thing a lot of women on panels have discussed is the male centering, because we have to take them out the center because that's feeding their egos, because a lot of misogyny is just built off of the egos. So they're just egotistical, and every time we trying to breathe life into them and make them feel like they're somebody, they're telling themselves that they're better than us, that they better than this person. Oh, I could find somebody better. I could do this. I could do that. I could be with this. You got ugly men. And I want to say that again. You got ugly men that nobody would turn their head to, feeling like they're better than a woman because because he's a black man and she's a black woman and ain't nobody checking for her. It comes a time where black women have to start having that self-worth and that self-love, because as a black woman, when you have self-love for your blackness, it's going to be automatic for you to show self-love to another black woman, to another black child, to another black person. It's going to be automatic, especially the woman part, because what I've learned in being in a house full of women is that while I'm growing up in a house full of women and I'm making them my center, and I'm seeing, oh, they're amazing and praising them, they're male centered. It took me until my 28 till before I turned 28. I was 27 last year. When I was 27, that's when I finally had the snap reality. Oh, they're male centered. This is why they act like this. I had to tell my family to their face, you gonna call the cops on me like you scared, but a man done tossed you upside and down way and you ain't pick up 911 and dial nobody. You got the kids scared calling people for your safety. You should be ashamed of yourself as a black woman. But this is the reality that we're dealing with a lot of black women, where they gonna cape into the grave for these black men. So it's going to take a bunch of black women to wake up and realize that we are the prize. We are the things. We are the black community. We're the leading black community. We're the ones trying to change things. I just seen a lady in my community. I'm trying to figure out who she is again, because I seen her in passing, and she was saying that she used to do fashion and she has a lot of sewing machines. She was trying to ask the lady, oh, where's the community center? And I was like, yeah, because we don't have a community center. She's like, yeah, because I want to teach, kids how to sew and stuff like that. Because, I'm getting older in age. But do you see it's black women constantly doing stuff? And we're not saying there's not black men that do that, but it's too many times that black women are going to feed the community what the community needs. You got black men on a panel talking crap about wigs. And I told them, you're a whole grown man. You need to be focused on telling a black boy how to be a man, talking to these black men about black things. And you worried about what women are doing and not even women, what black women are doing, caping for other women of other races. But you trying to tell yourself you a man, you a black man, and you doing something. You're not doing nothing but hurting your community. And this is what I keep trying to figure out. All the men doing all the crime and the stuff like that. You doing crimes and all this and the ops this. Why y'all ain't going after predators? Why y'all ain't going after rapists? Let's really talk about it, because when we really talk about it, everybody wants to act like they dumb and don't know nothing. But everybody knows what's going on, but they're choosing to make a choice to pick this over that.
Can I
And that,
can I say something?
yes.
Just real quick, Lynn, I told you in the comments that Alabama fella guy, he followed me like just recently and I just blocked him. And Cookie, to your point, the problem is that a lot of times it's too many women that are protecting these men. It's too many of these families that when you try to go after these guys and you try to call out this problematic behavior, it's women
Yeah,
that will
no.
come and be the first ones that attack. I get all of that, because it's been women that have confronted men on panels and said, well, why don't you go get the guy who's selling rugs? Why don't you go get the dudes that are sitting out in the corner and doing this and that? The problem is that these guys, 9 times out of 10, whether it's their mother, their sister, their baby mama, is some woman, multiple women that will come to their defense and protect them and bail them out of jail and just be a shield for them, to where even if men try to stand up, or from what I've seen, men who have tried to put a stop to certain things, is women that will stop them and put them down and defend these guys.
Yeah,
Even with my personal experiences, whether in real life or online, I call out a man who is problematic and doesn't take care of his kids, a whole bunch of women will come after me. I got a list of names of women on this app that I don't like, who has defended men on panels, to where I'm talking to this man about why were you not in your child's life, and these women will just come out of nowhere and be like, why are you bringing this up, this, that, and third, blah, 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 and will be a defense and a protection for that man. And I mean, the problem is that the system is propped up by women. If women would stop propping it
Yes,
up, it
and
would
that's
all
what I
topple
was.
over.
And that was my point, is that black women have to stop centering the black men. It has to stop. It has to be cut off. It has to, the benefit, because I don't know if y'all know about Angie, that she's a really good one. That y'all should check out her lives. She says that we cannot center these men anymore. Centering the black men has done nothing for our community. We have to lead them from the wayside. And I said that. Is it saying that I don't love you if I won't put myself in harm's way to be there? We could care about them from a distance. But they have to see that they're being picked over. They have to see that, no, you think you're not at the bottom of the totem pole because you're used to stepping on us. So once you remove yourself, that's when people see your worth, when they see you not there. Because it's not black men doing all the stuff for the community. It's the black woman polishing up the black man to look like he's something while he accomplished nothing. Black men are on the line of being illiterate. These black blue boys cannot read. Why is black men not making it their job? No, everybody trying to blame a single black mother, but nobody's blaming the fathers for leaving. I was just in a panel before Mo had sent me the DM to come to this live, of a panel of me telling them, because it was about single mothers. Is there a single mother pandemic? And are the fathers to blame? And I said the fathers are to blame because they the ones leaving. They the one leaving the home. If you're the one leaving and not contributing, ding, 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 you're the problem. But then you got a man talking about, oh, well, why you ain't picked better? Why you ain't? Okay, you trying to act like all men don't do is lie, and what women weren't conformed to do was to believe they lies and give them the benefit of the doubt, because that's a real thing. Women have been programmed since little children to give men the benefit of the doubt and accept their abuse. Because I had to grow up and realize I've been conditioned to be abused. And that's a different reality when you're realizing you've been conditioned to be treated like garbage. So it's going to be hard for you to feel like jewels and gold when you've been conditioned to be treated like garbage and think it's okay. It's not okay. So if somebody is treating you bad, just know
Cookie,
that it's not okay.
Cookie, you didn't see the single mothers with their sons in the street knocking over liquor stores and pew pew in playgrounds. You haven't seen that? Yeah,
No.
that's why they
Where did
blame single.
that happen?
Yes, that's why these men end up in jail. They're single mothers. Instead of being at work, they run around with their sons, knocking over liquor stores, pew pew in the playgrounds. That's why they end up in jail. You didn't know that? That's why it's single mothers' fault.
Oh,
Of course, I'm being facetious. I'm
yeah.
being
I
facetious,
know.
but
I
they
thought
love
I
to
said, oh, wow. Oh,
because they
wow.
love to blame single mothers for them going to jail, even though they know the last thing a teenage boy do is listen to his mother. But they act
No,
like it's
because
the
they don't.
single mothers putting
They
the
have learned to not
yeah.
respect women because they watching their mothers allow disrespect to happen, so they lose respect for their mothers. A man, when he was on the panel with me talking about women's here in BBL, this was on the single mother panel. You had a black young man say, "Hey, listen, man, you naming my mom. She wear wigs, she wear makeup, and she got a BBL, and I love her."
Glad that there are grown men that are grooming these boys in the neighborhoods, because one guy I know, oh, he said he was a runner. He said he was a runner for some of the dudes in the neighborhood, and they be
No, but
teaching these younger boys this stuff and
it's
have them
crazy
watching
you
this
say
stuff.
that because they don't even know what a runner is. I had to tell one of these young men years ago that I was dealing with. He talking about that. I said, "Oh, you a runner?" I said, "You don't want to be a runner. A runner mean you the one they make do everything. Oh, they don't want to go to the store. They don't want to do this. Oh, they want you to do something. You're the one that
He
gets
was
in
he was a
trouble."
little kid though. He was a little boy, and so they would have him hold stuff and carry it from point A to point B when he was a little boy, because they knew the police wasn't gonna mess with him. These guys, these grown men are out here grooming these little boys too.
Mm-hmm.
They're part of the problem too.
But the reason why they get access to groom these men is because where they fathers be. And they fathers be grooming them too. And this is the issue, is that the black, like you said, it's all being upheld by the black women. And that's why we have to release, we have to let go. Because it's not going to get better until we release and we let go. And it's going to be uncomfortable for a while because the black women who are doing the work, we not going to get the recognition. But the little stuff that we are doing, it's going to get somewhere. Somebody's going to hear, somebody's going to grasp on to what's going on.
I just wanted to interject and say, I see both of you guys' perspectives on what y'all are saying, and I think that Cookie and Sage, y'all both made points. I think that you know what I feel like black men are more of the problem when it comes to the state of black men and black boys, but I do believe that there are black women that engage with men or make decisions in men that it's clearly obvious that they're a bad choice in a partner and a man and a baby daddy and a husband, whatever. I hate to use celebrities, but the best way to illustrate this is a celebrity. Like, I don't know if anybody knows the rapper Asian Doll or whatever. She's pregnant. If you go, you look at her, man, he looks like a pookie. He looks like he is a super criminal you would run across the street if you were at the nighttime seeing him. I saw him I went to his Instagram to do some deep digging. He's over here talking about if Biggie and Tupac were alive, he would rob them. And I'm like, you're talking about posthumously robbing somebody? You're definitely a pookie. So in that position, Asian Doll, whatever happens, the life course that happens to her child, I don't want it to be a negative outcome, but the way her mentality is and the way the mentality is of her baby daddy, I feel like things might not work out. Okay. I'll just say it like that. So at that
Well, she's
juncture,
another colorist woman
but
too.
yeah, but at that juncture, Asian Doll is responsible for that particular portion. But the ideology that she has on wrapping up masculinity to criminality and thinking a man is acting like a no good Negro that's robbing, stealing, unaliving, all of that has been put in place by the black man. The whole pushing forth of the hip hop and rap culture when it changed to NWA to Too Short to Luke to all of these people, to where the idea of masculinity was glamorized as being violent, unruly, disrespectful to women, acting a certain type of way. Those things were put in place by the men in our community. So we can't necessarily, attack black women, because not that we're attacking them, but I just wanted to be clear here that until we unpack from all of the ideology that black men have instilled in us, we won't be able to get anywhere. And just like Cookie was saying that, I do agree with what Cookie was saying when she said that when somebody's always there, you take them for granted. And I absolutely believe that's the truth. And I think that black women have always historically been there for black men, no matter what. They've been there to tend to their wounds, to uplift them, to say, oh, this is my king. I know you don't got a dime or a dollar to your name. I know I'm struggling and suffering and all of this, but as long as you were here, you're by my side. And the black man collectively, of course, isn't every black man, but collectively, the black man has never responded in kind. They've never shown the love, loyalty, and support and the centering of black women in the way that black women do it to black men. You hear black women all the time. Oh, I want a black man. Ain't nothing like a black man. I seen some beautiful black woman, chocolate ting, very pretty. She was going viral on Instagram because she was in her car. She was talking about ain't nothing like a black man. I want a chocolate, dark skinned black man. You know what I'm saying? How often do you really see black men placing themselves in positions of uplifting like that to black women? You don't see it very often. And that's why
Unless
when you
they
do,
pandering and want
you know
some
what I'm
money.
saying? And I think that until black women can unpack that desire to mammy the mule, to uplift, to always be the footstool for black men, we won't get any respect. Because if somebody already knows that no matter what they do to you, you're going to be there, of course they're not going to give you any respect. It's just like a man that's cheating on you. He done cheated on you 50 times and you keep taking him back. Why would you think that he's going to respect you and not do it again? He not, because you've already let him get away with it. So at this point, black women are at that point where they have to choose themselves and self-love. And you can't look for that love in other men, because the other men aren't going to save you either. Just like women come in my life all the time. Well, we don't have to worry about this with black men. All we got to do is divest. That's it. Divest, and we want divesting, you'll still have the same problems. White women are complaining about white men every day on this app, talking about how they get knocked upside the head. Their men are cheating. Their men are doing this, that, and the third. So there is no savior. We have to build the self-love inside ourselves and inside the community with each other. And I think a lot of it, like I said, is recognizing, because this is just what I believe. Maybe everybody else doesn't agree, but I really do believe when you get got by men, if you're still a woman that wants to entertain men, because I wouldn't say anything about that because I'd be a hypocrite seeing as though I'm married. But if you are a woman that still wants to entertain men, I really believe that 99% of the time, if you've gotten with a man and he's done his big one on you, you've seen something that gave you pause, some type of red flag. So I think that the power is strictly in our hands for everything. You know what I mean? Not necessarily for certain things in the Black community, because the criminality there, the abandonment of children, all of those things are not things that we are doing actively, but we can stop some of it by, just like Cookie was saying, disconnecting, saying, you know what? Yeah, I'm cool. I'm good. You know what I'm saying? Or really being really picky, because people try to shame Black women for being picky. Like, oh, girl, give him a chance. Yeah, I know he ain't doing this and that and the third, right? But go ahead and give him a chance. No, don't give him a chance. I really believe in not giving men any type of grace. And that is in your real life. That's in social media life. That's at your job. And I think that we would be way more healthy if we as Black women would stop giving men grace or the benefit of the doubt. There should have been no grace given for public offender the million of different times that Black women saw that he seemed to be suspicious. If we all move from that, we would never, nobody would be in the position that they're in now of feeling betrayed by him. You know, not me, because I never trusted them, but I'm talking about people that did like him or whatever, not giving them grace at all. You know what I'm saying? I think that really, frankly, men should work in the negative. Like, they should prove to you why they should be trustworthy or why you should trust them. Not the opposite. You're going to give them trust until they okie dokie. Like, no grace for men, because men never give women grace. No, well, nobody ever gives Black women grace for nothing. You know, when a Black man goes and carjacks somebody or unalive somebody, everybody want to talk about the Black community. Oh, it's the white man's fault. Oh, it's his single mama's fault. Oh, he couldn't help it. He wasn't loved. He didn't get the right education. Young Black boys have a low literacy rate. But a young Black girl, she got 2, 3 baby daddies. She been around. She's stripping. She do this and that. Everybody want to throw her away. She's filth. Nobody says, hey, well, what happened to her? Was she touched by somebody? Was she degraded by her mama? Did this, that, and the third happen? Nobody cares. They just want to throw the Black woman away. So I would just say we've got to move in a different way. You know what I'm saying? And the in my opinion, the best way to do this is to really focus on Black women specifically, biological Black women. And if you mad at that, I don't care. If you got Franks and Beans or you ever had one, I'm not talking to you. You cannot be here. We need to have spaces strictly for Black women only. Strictly. For us to build up each other, for us to love on each other, for us to build each other, for us to work on not being taken advantage of, for us to build community, for us to, like, if there's something going on, like let's say there's a woman in, I don't know, Ohio, and then she needs help. She's trying to get away from an abusive man. I would like to have a network to where there could be a woman in California. You know what I'm saying? And she can say, hey, come here and stay with me. I got you. That way he doesn't know where you're at and you can protect yourself. Or if we need some financial assistance, there's a woman that's homeless with her kids or whatever. And somebody can say, who's making good money, and say, hey, I got you. I'll pay your first month rent and your security deposit and help you get a place and help you find a job or whatever. Boom, there you have it. I really think the more we focus on each other and nobody else, we will be more powerful. And I really think that's the reason why so many people like Public Defender want to throw T women in it. They want to throw white T women in it. They want to throw this, that, and the third. Because if they can make us be separated by all of this other stuff, they can keep us powerless. They can keep us not recognizing how strong and how much we can be of a support to each other. Because if Black women can get together, right, and get this man $20K a month, Black women can get together and build a network and help each other. Black women that really need it, not need the money to support their snow bunny wife, but actually need it to get ahead in life. You get what I'm saying? A woman that's homeless, a woman that's enduring violence or whatever. You get what I'm saying? So I really do think that when we have these conversations, we have to focus on everything that all of y'all are saying, but also actually putting a real plan in mind on what we can do, because we can only talk so much. And I really, really, truly do think that if we can really build, of course, we're not always going to get along. And I want all the Black women to know that. We might have different perspectives. We might say, oh, I believe this way and that way, but we have to focus on proper conflict resolution. We can get into it. But at the end of the day, we want to make sure that we know, yeah, I don't agree with that point, or maybe we can go back and forth, but know that we still love each other as sisters at the end of the day. And that way, we won't let anybody derail our movement, and we can really make like a real plan to help each other. Because right now, I just feel like Black women are helping everybody else but us. And these people that we're helping could care less, you know? So anyway, I'm off my soapbox. I hope that in some way, shape, or form or fashion, we can eventually build up something. We can build up something, do something to where we can help each other for real. Like people that really need it. You know what I mean?
I want to say to something to what you said, like about when you were talking about how there's this room for error when it comes to deplorable criminal activities, but God forbid a woman have a baby, which they say women are supposed to have babies. It's a demonizing, and whatever she does to get herself through school or try to figure it out, they can't understand why. When you were saying all that, I thought about how Black women specifically have been held hostage to the term bitter baby mama or single mom, or all these things that, you're told is so evil and so bad and you want to distance yourself from. And the way that these men who are monopolizing off of Black women, they kind of create this idea of, if you are going against me, it's because you crazy. Like, you automatically are tripping because I'm doing all of this good work and I'm doing a good thing, and you don't need to worry about this and you need to focus on this. It makes it hard for women to even want to address it, because I think a lot of women are trying so hard to escape, and that was what it was, to escape being an angry Black woman too. So a lot of Black women are excusing their sense or their identity or the red flags they might see, because they don't want to be seen as combative, or they don't want to go against the grain because it's such a negative connotation. So there's a man who's dating a YT woman, and you know that they say that Black women are jealous of YT women, and we be worried about the wrong things, and et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Some women are going to be like, well, I don't want it to seem like I'm jealous of that because I don't care about that. And they try to kind of fit in this mold. And I just think that I think it's a number of different things, but it's conditioning. And that's why I think it's important we have these conversations and we say the thing and we don't run from it, because the conditioning is so bad. Like, we are gaslit on a mass scale. Like, Black women are being gaslit from all sides on such a scale that it might take us a minute to unpack and pull back the layers of how deep seated it is. We are constantly told to sell ourselves out. So I just want to add that in there.
I kind of want to touch on the talking points of Udrika and Trigger. I wanted to ask, when Cookie was speaking earlier, we're saying that men need to be decentered. To all the ladies on the panel, what are some of the steps to take to decenter men? And I'll go first. For me, I've decentered men, but I'm in my 30s. So when I was younger, I did, want to seem a part of the group, so I would ignore the red flags and allow certain things to happen until, it started getting to a point where I couldn't ignore it anymore. So I started calling them out. Like my friend group, I'd call them out. Every time they did something, I'd call them out. So it got to the point where those type of men stopped being around me, whether it was on me cutting them off or them just feeling like I'm not coddling them, to where I started getting more healthier friendships and people around me or whatnot. And I was able to decipher who has true intentions of honesty and who is just seeking, the I don't know how to say it, but seeking just women in general, if that makes sense. And I'll end there.
Okay. All right. T, did you have something to say? I don't think you had a chance to speak yet. Did you have something to say, T?
Yeah, because I just got here. Yeah, what's up,
Okay, okay.
everyone? Yeah, so the first thing I was gonna address is like with last night. Do I agree with Yellow Chick when she was saying like her picture was up and she felt bad about that? Yeah, I mean, if it's a big deal to her, it's a big deal to me. That's the only thing I did felt like, okay, if she didn't like it, I feel bad that that happened to Yellow because people. No, not yet. Please, baby, have a seat. Please have a seat. Anyway, so every time I get on, some kid up in my face. Anyway, so yeah, I felt bad. That Yellow felt bad. People have done plenty of chicks did lives about me. It didn't hurt my feelings, but what everyone reacts to it differently. So, but only thing that I would say that I was in a definite disagreement, and I displayed my disagreements was sticking up for that white boy. That no, absolutely not. I don't care if a black woman was wrong. I'm not. I will never take the word of some white teen man. Never, and especially him being that bold. When I was just saying that in general, and this motherfucker going to sit there and at me. Oh, but she is a problem, and then I started checking the motherfucker. Like, no, I don't give a
Or
shit what
try
you
not to
say.
say the
Oh, my
language.
bad, my bad. My bad. It's hard for me. Y'all know I got a potty mouth curse.
Yeah.
So, all right, but I'm gonna try. But I'll try. So, you only one. You only had one girl. I had about a few. Sage. I don't know. I think about 6 chicks did a live about me. And, oh, she's T phobic. She's H phobic. She's all kinds of phobics. Listen, it is what it is. If you don't like that, I disagree that a man in a dress is a woman. That's on you. I don't care. Anyways, moving on. See, once again, can you please have a seat and wait for me, please? Anyways, so like I was saying, that I was very much in disagreement with him and then how he was bold enough to at me and think that he can address me and correct me on why it's not right to take other women's word for it. And I had to put him in his place. Like, I do not care if she's wrong. I do not trust you. Okay, I understand. Just so you know, I will never trust you over a black woman. If a black woman say you did something, best believe I'm gonna say, yeah, you're guilty until proven innocence. And I said that even about black men. So if I'm saying that about black men out loud and everyone know I say that about BLK men, what makes you think that a man of another nation has a chance against me? No, and I consider myself to be extremely race loyal black woman. So if I disregard a BOK man, no other race of man stand a chance against me. Unless I'm just using him for money, that's about it. But other than that, there is no love there. There's no loyalty there. So, like, with that being said, that's what I was in a big disagreement with taking up for him. So that was about it. Y'all already saw the screenshots. The supervillain already addressed it. Nah, I'm good on that part. I would never ever catch the trust the word of a cave dweller. Absolutely not.
I was saying that guy. Are you talking about that Alabama fellow guy? Because I told you he followed me. Like, when they had that live, he followed me right after. But no,
Sage. He saw that profile picture. He said, "Oh yeah, all right, all right."
Oh no, he's blocked. He's blocked. Blocked. I'm not. Nope. He is blocked. That's probably what it was. Because when I went to the live, I was saying I saw my mutuals there, so I was like, "Hey sis, hey sis, hey sis, hey sis." So when I was hey sis and everybody up, shortly after that, he followed me. I'm like, "Oh no, nope." And I'm married anyway, so no. But no, what I wanted to say, and I feel like this isn't addressed enough, but the women who uphold, I guess, the patriarchy and these problematic men, I've had to call these women out. And my issue is I don't like calling black women out. I like to give black women a lot of grace. But I do have a list and a handful of black women where I have went on panels and I have called out men specifically for being deadbeats and not taking care of their kids. And then next thing you know, the woman will step in and talk to me and defend on behalf of the man. And I feel like at this point and this stage, you can try going after the man, but at some point, the women who are upholding this stuff and defending this stuff, they need to be named, and at some point, they have to be addressed, and you have to start questioning them and putting it up front. Okay, why are you doing this? This man has done this this, and this that was problematic. Why are you doing this? Because at the end of the day, that's a grown man. That's a grown man. And this is the thing I don't understand about Black women, right? I don't understand why we feel such a need to come to the defense and the aid of a grown man. If he's a grown man, he can speak and do things on his own. He doesn't need a woman to step up front to say something to his defense on his behalf, because all that happens is the women end up arguing and going back and forth, and these men sit back and just watch all the chaos, ensue. And I've had times where, and I'm gonna name a name. This girl's name, her name is BYOB on up here on TikTok. She's typically a moderator for people. She doesn't really have content of her own, but I've had to get on her because there's one man on this app that I've always called out. I always forget his name, but he didn't take care of his daughter. And I mean, the amount of women that defended him that I've had to call out, it's just insane. The ones I've had to private message and I've had to say something to them, and it was saying something to these women sometimes is like talking to a wall. It's like talking to a wall. They're trying to make me the bad guy for calling out a man who's not taking care of his kids. But I hate to say it, that there are Black women and my cousin, her best friend is with a man who doesn't take care of his kids, and she is actively helping him avoid child support, actively helping him commit federal crimes to avoid child support, actively having her mother claim his daughter that he has custody of on the taxes so that the tax money doesn't get taken care of. This is the stuff that I'm talking about. The system that is in place for Black men to be problematic, even though the Black women, we're not the ones doing it, it doesn't help when you give these guys a place to stay.
Sage, I wanted to interject because
Okay, go ahead.
I just want to say this, and I wasn't gonna say it, but I'm gonna say it. I have a problem with women, right? Black women that come in and they talk real rah, right? They talk about how much they don't like Black men. They talk about how much they don't trust men in general. They try to shame women that got relationships, or they'll say this, that, and the third. And I promise you, those same women I see in public offenders' lives, or I'll see in other men's lives. It's this one woman, I'm not going to be messy and drop her name. I'm not. Because I don't have any issues with her, and I don't want her to think I have any issues. I don't. But she makes very aggressive content about Black women. Like, Black women, if you're still with a man in 2025, you're a fool. If you like Black men right now, you're so stupid. You should unalive yourself. I can't believe you do this. Baba, this is why you never trust me. This is why you never such and such. But I have seen her constantly and consistently in a live panel with a Black man that is also a panderer, that is also, he's so lame. He looked
You're
like a
talking
turtle.
about.
He looked like a turtle. So y'all already gonna know
who
when I say
exactly
he
you're
looked like
talking
a
about
turtle.
too.
But and I'm thinking, and he's already been exposed for doing red pill, being weird, and all types of stuff. And she just be sitting there in this panel, and you can see her whole demeanor has changed. She's just so soft and so sweet, and I'm thinking to myself, a lot of times I think that I wish that more Black women would be honest with themselves and realize that it's not that they hate men. It's not that they hate Black men. It's not that they hate men in general. They're just angry at whatever men that have been in their life. And at the minute a Black man comes around and gives them an ounce of attention, they gonna fold like a deck of cards. And once again, if you're that type of woman, that's also being a pick me. I don't care how much aggressive you get in my lives and cuss out the men that be in my panels, even the ones that are nice and not doing that. You cuss them out. You say all these things to them. You say all these things in my lives. Y'all, some of y'all have already seen. I took screenshots if I ever decide to be messy of y'all that have said hurtful things to me by having a husband telling me I can't be trusted and all this other stuff. But then I see y'all up in problematic men's lives, begging for somebody to throw you a cookie. They just got to throw you one cookie. They don't even got to throw you a cookie. Y'all looking for a cracker, not even a cracker, a Ritz Bits. You know, the small, the itty bitty crackers. Be satisfied with that. And it's just like, what is going on here? And I think that women like that, like, y'all really need some therapy and unpack like that hatred and that trauma, because when you are like that, that also leaves you open to be taken advantage of. Because I'm so tired of seeing y'all in my live talking all this cash money stuff, and then I see y'all under a Black man's live, under a white man's live, acting like it's just so embarrassing. Every time I see it, I just shake my head. I just shake my head. I just be like, wow, this is ridiculous. You know, and I think, like I said, that desperation and that thirst is why black women will continue to be taken advantage of. Like I said, I see some mediocre looking white T man on here on TikTok recently who said, yeah, I prefer my chocolate drops. All I see is thousands of comments from black women. You like black women? You like me? Oh my goodness, this is how I like them. And he ain't said nothing except he like his chocolate drops. What is wrong? What is going on?
They're desperate for any male to
Man,
give them
it's
some sort of
crazy.
validation, regardless of color.
And like I said, and it's a lot of women, and it's like, and also I've seen so many women that are in lives with what's his name? I cannot stand him. Saul. And blowing up that man, making him feel like he's somebody, making him feel like he's cute as he sits there and degrades black women, calls them the B word, calls them 304s, disrespects them so much. The same with that bald-headed Negro, Omega, or that other man that I used to see all the time that looks like he just got out of prison for triple homicide. What's his name? Cartel Samuels or something like that. All of these weirdo dudes, and I see women in their panels, black women in their panels talking to them, and I'm just thinking to myself, like, what is the problem here? What is the problem?
But the thing is, my biggest issue is that one, they're well, I mean, I have a whole bunch of issues with them, but it's just the point blank, they're all ugly to me. Freaking, I don't like Lower Ninth Ward with his no neck greasy ass. I don't like Saul. Saul's not cute. I don't like. They're all ugly. All of them are ugly. Cartel is ugly. Saul's ugly. Black Guru, all of them are ugly.
That's how it always normally is. If you don't love black women, there's something that corrupts your soul, and you automatically are ugly, and it automatically changes your face to where you look like a big hedgehog. But yeah, I just loving a black woman is good for the soul, and if you don't, that's why you always look ugly and ashy and disgusting and bald headed.
And excuse my French, but that no neck greasy bitch, Lower Ninth Ward, I can't stand him. And I'm gonna mute. I'm sorry. I know you don't like cussing, but
Go ahead, T. T, you there? Did you have something to say?
Yeah.
Yeah, go ahead.
No, I was just gonna say, damn. I was just gonna say this really, like, and me and Supervillain me talking about this off TikTok. I said we seeing basically when we be seeing on TikTok with the our so-called black women that's on that energy that you be talking about, it shows that they don't have real discernment. I'm gonna keep it a buck. I'm gonna just say this loud and clear. I do not we do not have good discernment, because if you're willing to fall head over heels and believe and be that so naive to believe just because a guy says something nice that he's deemed to be trustworthy, or he's innocent, or he's a guy that's going to help take down the patriarchy. It shows how women do make bad choices. And I'm going to just keep it a buck. It shows. It shows that we're incapable. The reason why I say we, because I do feel like I understand some people say, well, not me, but I'm just saying, generally speaking, as black women, we do not have good discernment. And it shows. It shows how many times Supervillain have been right, because she has been consistently saying on this app, I don't trust none of these dudes. I don't trust none of the so-called panderers. I don't trust none of the red pillars. I don't trust none of these dudes. She was one of the first women that I was hearing saying that I don't trust none of them. I'm just waiting for the shoe to drop so he could prove to the women, because she basically already had her antennas up, and that's the problem. We don't have our antennas up. We don't actually be having, like I said, we're too naive. We're too, like Storyteller said, I'm gonna quote her, too love starved. So love starved to the point that the bare minimum would do. And that's why I be like, no, I'm gonna show, show grace, but also be stern, because we're seeing the actual examples happening in front of our faces. And another thing I'm gonna say, I don't have a problem personally with any of those women. I'm just in a big disagreement of defending the white T-boy, defending the white T-boy. And if it comes out that she was in the wrong, the only thing I'm gonna say is, oops, okay. I don't regret defending her. It is what it is. I don't care if she's in the wrong.
Yeah, that's how I feel too. I feel like
I don't care.
wrong or right. I've never
Yeah.
defended a white T man, or man, period.
Especially publicly. Especially publicly.
Exactly.
What does that show? what was that show for women like me? You like, what will that show for me? I would be like, sis, I can't even trust you to even have my back in sisterhood because look what you are doing. And that's the point. And like we always keep saying that unfortunately, a lot of our so-called sisters are so woke. They sleep deprived. They need to go to sleep. All of this wokeness, this woke culture really got people really, I think, like psyched out. Honestly speaking, it's like no common sense. You have a problem with, you gonna sit there and say all men, and then when I mention, okay,
Oh,
well,
I'm sorry, T. I just want to, sorry, just one second. I want to respond to Felicity in the comments who says, but if you're wrong, you're wrong. Yes,
go.
I think that you're not getting what we're saying. She could be wrong. She could make a mistake. Any of that could be the case. But we're still never taking anything over a black woman. We're not wrong
Facts.
or right. And we're not taking the word of no white T man or no BLK man or no green man or whoever man over a black woman. So I don't know what you're talking about. And that type of mentality that you have is a mentality that will never be extended to you. If you're a black woman, nobody will ever do
For
that. For
us,
the
they don't
black
do.
men,
Nobody does
the
that
white
for us.
teen men will never do that for you, sis. So hopefully you get
Facts.
that rich bits that you're looking for, but you're not gonna get it.
I'm saying they don't do that for
Yeah.
us. They don't extend that same grace for us. These black men, even when a black man is wrong, they still support him and try to defend him and make all sorts of excuses for him.
Yeah,
Us,
we
Well,
gotta let
we
a
should have
super
we
villain.
should have
Super
known
villain was
that
trying to speak too.
I was gonna say real quick, but we already should have seen the signs. Well, I was seeing the signs with the selective outrage when you are mad at one particular set of men, but do not say it's all of them, because when I hear the phrase "it's all until it's none," and then I say, okay, what about this G man? No, not him. Why not? I thought it was all until it's none, because as far as I'm concerned, I thought that y'all are against men. I thought it was against men. So you are selectively pointing out just because a man is hetero and supposedly masculine presenting, you'll automatically deem him to be an enemy. But yet this person with franks and beans with a dress on, all of a sudden that person is trustworthy. So even if all them red pillars today, which I think some of them are, they reveal that all this time that they G and they want to come out the closet, y'all will welcome them until the motherfucking fold. Or just because he take D, and that shit be mind boggling me. Or one of them put on a dress, then he can just say, hey, I'm part of the girls club, and y'all just welcome him in. No real discernment whatsoever. And I'm gonna just say it just like that. It doesn't make no sense, and people would look at me and say I'm an extremist. No, I'm going based off logic, and that's leading women down. That's leading women astray when you're telling women that only one type of set of man is trustworthy, but the other ones are. This is how women always get hurt. Always let their guard down and always end up getting hurt all the time.
Okay, I'm sorry, T. I just wanted to. I'm gonna say one more thing to you, Felicity, and then I'm gonna let super villain speak. I think I just already said maybe I need to give you like the ABC version. All right. There's nothing wrong with telling a black woman when she's wrong, or you address her in private, or you DM her, or whatever it is that you do. But publicly taking a white T man's side over a black woman is unacceptable, and it's literally insane. In what world do you think that the collective of white T men would ever defend your black behind for you? Whether you were wrong or right, do better. And that goes for BLK men as well, and anybody. So what I'm saying is that if there's something that a sister did that was wrong, that's fine. Black women aren't above making mistakes, but you can talk to her behind the scenes. Y'all can get clarity, whatever the case may be, or whatever. Or maybe nobody will get clarity. Maybe to be a situation where you don't talk to that black woman anymore. We're not monolithic. We may have disagreements. We may not like each other, but at the end of the day, we're still sisters. And at the end of the day, we need to stay on code and center each other and not be putting ourselves in a position of being a mammy or a pick-me or a mule and defending men that don't need protection. In what world do you think men need protection from you? Huh? And it's really just that simple. And I really wish that when you say things like that, and like you think that you're playing devil's advocate, or you think that you're making a controversial point, it really just exposes how much work how much work that so many black women still have to do, that you think that it's a problem. Like, you coming in live where black women are talking about uplifting each other, and then you come in here talking about, well, if somebody wrong, they're wrong. Sometimes we gotta defend the white T man. Yeah, let me go ahead and get my tap dancing shoes out. Are you okay? Literally, are you mentally well? Like, are you mentally well, Felicity? Like, I honestly, but I will say, and this is real quick. Women like Felicity, women that still, like, when you break it down to them, and they still are in that mind frame that they must be the man's doormat, or the mule, or the manny, or the pick-me, or they must center them, or they must feel like they got to protect and defend, massa, those are women that unfortunately have to be left behind. And I will say that there is a point of certain black women that I feel like I just be like, no, you know what, Harriet Tubman would have left you, and I will too. And it's women like Felicity. It's also women like Janine, just a girl. I'm name dropping. It's women like her that are so male centered, that want to hold their marriage over other black women's head, to make them feel inadequate, even though her husband looks like a literal cartoon character, like he just came out of Transylvania. He's one of the ghouls. You know what I'm saying? Looking like that. There's no way in the world you holding your marriage over somebody's head, when any black woman could go out in the street and go to the local homeless shelter and get a man that looks like yours. You know what I'm saying? So that's number one. Those type of women you got to leave behind. You also got to leave behind people like the real Jane, psychotic women that will go outside on street corners and hold up signs that say men are not the enemy, and put themselves at in harm's way to defend a point that was never made. Men do not need protection from women. You know what I'm saying? Or they get up and they cry and they talk about how much they need a man, and how, oh, these women who have men and I don't have one, you guys are so ungrateful. Why I don't have one? Well, I can tell you why you don't have one. Because men generally don't like women that will just lay down on the ground and get stomped on. They may play with you for a while, but those aren't women that they're going to generally pick around and stay around and be with. Women that just give them access so easily. So it's a lot of women that I feel like definitely need to be left behind. And these are just 3 archetypes. I'm sure y'all can name a lot more. You know what I'm saying? I think women that put down their daughters and uplift their sons, those women need to be left behind. It's a whole bunch of them. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, that's all I got to say. But Felicity, you got to do better. You got to do better, sis. Cause you're embarrassing. Go ahead, super villain. Sorry about you having to wait so long.
Oh, please. You're always dropping jewels and knowledge, Trig. And you got to get your comment section together, so I will never interrupt that. Absolutely. You run a tight ship over here, and I'm very appreciative, okay? I want to piggyback off what T was saying, but to the message, because even with all that information, even though you gave the ABC version, they're still not going to get it. My issue was, and again, over there, those are my mutuals, beloved mutuals. Love every single most of them over there that day on the live. My issue is, and as much as I love you, I'm going to always be real. The fact that a white T man felt comfortable, right? Not even scared, said that shit with his whole Tarzan chest, that another black woman was harmful. That shit will never sit right in my stomach. Never, ever. And mind you, I'm not Lynn's biggest fan. So if that shit is coming from me, I'm keeping it real. There is no space where a white tea man can be on a panel full of black women and have the audacity to say that verbatim out his chest and then nobody check it. Now, my issue is, if at least one of them would have said, you know what, that's for us to say, you hold out, I would have felt a lot better. But there is, again, triggered, nowhere on Chinaman's TikTok will I ever be okay, no matter how wrong Lynn was, for a white tea man on a panel full of black women to not get checked about that. He should have never even felt comfortable saying that. You know how many knickknacks come on a panel and what they do, Trig? Can I ask a question? They try to at least warm us up before they come with us at the bullshit. That white T man came up there and said that shit with all his chest. Absolutely not. No. Out of order. Out of order. So if you don't get that by now, I don't know how else to tell Felicity or whatever. You done missed the plot. He should have never even felt comfortable. That's the point. Why was there a space created where he felt comfortable to even say that shit with his full chest? And that's the part I think a lot of the women who are, pushing back are not understanding. It's not about Lynn being wrong. It's about why is there a space where a white tea man on a panel full of black women can feel comfortable
Exactly.
saying that.
But did they
You know
ever
what I
get?
mean?
Did y'all ever get the answer to that? Like, did y'all ever get what? Did y'all ever figure out through all that what Lynn did?
I
And I
I
don't
did
care.
not investigate that part because to me it was more about him being comfortable in that space saying it.
Because who
I
really
have
cares? I don't care what she did to that white tea man to make him feel offended. I do not care.
yeah, that's what I
Now,
would
amongst the
know.
other women, that's amongst them. He should have been kicked out and said, "Listen, we'll deal with you later. We got something we got to deal with."
And that was my issue. Now I'm
I'll
gonna say
say,
this.
oh,
Oh,
I
I'm
was just
sorry,
gonna
Jay.
say,
Go
oh,
ahead.
that's okay. I was just gonna say real quick, they lost me when I think her name is KGR or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
When she exposed all of these women that she said that she was talking to that trusted her, their personal business because she was mad at them. When she started talking about where people live at and people baby daddies, and she prefaced it with saying, "Oh, I know that they wouldn't want me. They don't want nobody to know this. But you go against the people that I care about. You go against the people that I care about, then I don't care." Like what? So you
Mm-hmm.
over here exposing black women for these dudes? You're a disgrace. Like that's where she lost me. Like I was flabbergasted
Can I
because I
ask you
was
something,
like,
Trigger?
what? Huh?
Can I ask you something, Trigger, about
Yeah.
something? A couple things. Cause Yellow got children. A few of y'all have children. So why would a black woman you weaponize another black woman who may have children and be a single parent? What would be the benefit of that?
Who did that? Who
No,
weaponized that?
I'm saying when KGR said that she said that I had 4 kids and 3 baby daddies.
Oh, she was talking about you when she said that.
Yeah,
Because
yeah,
I
she was talking
heard
about
that.
me.
Yeah, I heard that.
Yeah. So I'm saying like taking all the other stuff out of it. What's the point in it? If
Oh,
because
she
I
wanted
got
to shame you. She
because
wanted to
because
shame you.
actually because actually I got 10 kids and 70 baby daddies. Let's be clear.
Yeah,
And I'm
she wanted to
fighting
shame you.
custody. But I'm saying
Yeah.
like why would that be a shaming tactic for a black woman?
I mean, to be honest with you, sis, I don't know, cause I don't move like that. I would have never did that, nothing like that. I don't care if you and I got into it in the worst way, and I wasn't gonna talk to you ever again. I would never bring nothing about your personal business online. That's just not how I move at all. So I
No, yeah,
couldn't
I know
say.
that about the friends. I'm not talking about the friends. I'm just saying, like,
I
I'm
don't know
making a
why she
point
did
that
that. It was wild.
black women being single mothers is a weapon in the conversation that red pill men do. Why would that be something that feminist women do? Why would they weaponize if somebody have children, especially when they have children? And
I
and
don't think they're
and
really feminists. They not feminists for real. None of them are.
and,
With that,
and they
I'm gonna answer
said
the
and
question and then
okay,
finish
and
my turn.
let me add this one part too so you can answer. And they said deadbeat mom. So public not a deadbeat dad, even though he's online 24/7. But black women being accused of being deadbeat moms is interesting. That's to the point y'all made earlier about how black men like how men don't have to father their children, but they still can get accolades. But go ahead, Bill.
Yes, I'm gonna answer the question. Then I'm gonna just finish with what I was gonna say. I'm gonna say this, and I'm gonna be honest. Over here, we keep it real and we be accountable. I'm gonna preface with saying that I'm going to say when KGR said that, that was not right. It was to weaponize. I do not feel she did it as a defense of Alabama. I felt she did it as a defense to Yellow because what was being said about Yellow and
Yellow would never say.
untrue things that were being said about Yellow. So I'm just going to put the record straight. That may have been not the case. how I saw it, she was not doing that to come to the defense of Alabama, which is a different case. She was doing it because Yellow was the face on the topic and wrong things were being said about Yellow. And sometimes you fight unfair.
Yeah,
You
but
know what I'm
Yellow got
saying?
two kids
I'm not
and a baby
gonna
and two
be.
baby daddies. So okay, that's fine. Okay.
I, Well, I don't know about that. But even if I'm not going to weaponize baby daddy amounts of baby daddies I'm not personally going to do that. I'm just telling you, if you were looking truly for the answer, I don't think she said that out of defense for Alabama. She was saying that because the whole damn thing was messy. Like, we're not about to sit here and say y'all side was not messy as F, like, and have said things that's not true or not so feminist. Like, over here we keep it real and triggered space. Y'all space have said things that were not so feminist and some stuff that have not been true from what I've heard. So we're not gonna act holier than thou over here. One thing I do not do is the holier than thou shit. I love flawed women. I think women making mistakes is a beautiful thing. My superhero is Harriet Tubman. Another one is uh well, I'm not going to go down the list, but Harriet Tubman was an outlaw and a felon. I love women who are flawed. So I will never take mistakes or things that women who don't practice what's the word, being politically correct or respectability politics. I love women who do that, so I will never judge a woman on that. But I'm just gonna say, we're not gonna put the narrative like y'all side wasn't saying things about Yellow and didn't have her as a topic. That's why KGR came at y'all, not in the defense of Alabama. We gonna be honest here, because I can't let the GME cannot let that rock. But I'm just gonna say, furthermore, just to end my turn, because it was my turn. I wanted to say this. I wanted to piggyback off what T was saying, and me and T has had this conversation for a while. We are really backing out a lot of these spaces because I'm starting to see a lot of contradictory changing their mind or women realizing they made a mistake and just blatantly saying shit and not like living what you preach or practicing what you preach. I'm going to say a major factor to me, which didn't used to be a big deal. I'm sorry to even say this on your live triggered, is the trans thing. I just really feel like that is a complete slap in the face to feminism to allow men to tell you that they're women, and how y'all missed the plot in that. Not y'all specifically, people on this panel. I'm just saying in general, and those who believe it, how y'all missed the plot in that, because we usually always have conversations talking about why did the women back then allow patriarchy to become so powerful. Well, our progeny in the next 100 couple years is going to be asking, well, who was the feminist who thought it was a bright idea to allow men to identify as women? Like, how y'all don't see that as the biggest slap in the face of feminism? I'm sorry, I have to bring that up. I can't rock with y'all anymore, and I don't believe y'all are true feminists. Y'all want men to be in spaces because y'all really can't let men go. Y'all are overt pick-me's, and y'all hiding behind inclusiveness so y'all can still have proximity to men. And I'm sorry, Triggered. It wasn't the space probably here to say that, but that's how I'm gonna start moving now because it's just too much contradictory behavior. And I used to scroll out and not say nothing, but I'm gonna start speaking up because this shit is starting to get out of hand, and I think I'm gonna yield there.
Oh, no problem. I before you speak, Drika, I just want to say, or Mia, because I know it's you, Mia, right?
Yeah, it's me,
I
Mia.
just
Yeah.
wanted to say, you guys, for me, I never speak for anybody else on the panel because you guys are all welcome to speak and say y'all perspectives. I love Supervillain. But she comes on my lives and panels a lot, so I'm not here to say anything. All I'm saying is I don't know because I wasn't there. I don't know nothing that was going on. That's why I kept asking in the chat, like, what's going on? Who is Alabama? Who is this? I don't know. I didn't. And what's crazy is that before everybody got mad because I asked about who the person was in the chat. The only person that I had blocked was KGR. Now, KGR has been in my lives before. Since she blocked me from her backup page, but maybe she didn't remember. She got mad at me one time, and I remember what it was about. I did a live about girls that I saw wearing the bubble skirts. Because I saw a girl outside of Walmart that had one of the bubble skirts on, and her whole butt was out, the whole bottom, like the whole cheek. I was like, oh my God, that's what women is doing now? That looks wild to me. And I was like, young girls, young women need to stop doing stuff like that. That's just not a good look. Not here to police nobody's body, but I'm giving my opinion. I think you going outside with your butt cheeks out, sitting on public chairs and that's just wild to me. I thought it looked insane. And I think I also made a comment about a abortion not being birth control. So I said, like, if you've had 5, 6, 7 abortions, there's something that you need to check within yourself, because what are you doing? I respect a woman's right to choose and to choose what she wants to do with her body, but at what point do you look at yourself and be like, maybe I'm out here and I need to be more protective of my womb? She got so mad at me, said I was like an enemy to women, and I don't even know if she remembers that she said that, but she said a whole bunch of stuff and said, "Oh yeah, I've been in your lives before. I'm gonna block you." And I just was like, "Okay." She left, and that was it. I never talked to her anyway. I thought that she was like a little weird and just like Supervillain was talking about contradictory. I thought that's what she was, so I never rocked out with her. Like when I clicked on her name, it said blocked, because she had blocked me from another page and I never blocked her, but then I saw her again, or so she had did something and it irritated me. She had said something stupid and I had blocked her. So I was like, oh, this lady was already blocked. She was all right, because I had to remember who she was. It took me a minute to remember who she was and whatever, because she always saying something anyway. But yeah, so I'm just saying, I don't know nothing about nothing. All I knew is that when I was asking and I saw people defending men and putting down a black woman, I was just like, bruh. But then when I was hearing about all the other stuff, all the other layers to it, I was just like, let me shut my mouth and stay out of it, because I don't know nothing. I don't know nothing. I don't know the context. So let me just shut up. So that's all I
It
want to
was a
say.
big split in the black women
I
empowerment
want to
space.
respond real quick though
Wait,
before I
I'm gonna
forget.
just catch you up real quick. It was a big split in one of the black women empowerment spaces. We all used to be this huge group, and some drama happened, and it split, which is fine. Things happen, that's life.
What
So,
happened? Why did it split?
But I was about to tell you that because
okay.
I asked initially on purpose, did y'all ever get the answer from last night? And the answer was no. So to assume that KGR, who was doing it in defense of Yellow, is interesting to me. And I want to mention this. Calling Sin a thick tongue, bitch, and saying that Yellow is colorist is mean and nasty, but it's not degrading children or trying to weaponize children or trying to bring up something that they think someone wants to keep private for whatever their reason. Whether it's true or not, whether the amount is true, whether the drama that she made up is true or not, to use it as a weapon and say that it's an equally nasty thing is not true. And the funny thing is, if some people who are accused of being just as nasty will be just as nasty, then we will be able to comfortably drag in children and drag in people and say really horrible and deplorable things. But that would be people will wag their fingers at that. And I think it's funny to weaponize certain things against Black women, especially when you stand in that experience. Because unless you're going to prove that I have 4 children and 3 baby daddies, what the fuck sorry. Why are you bringing it up to get back at me saying you're a colorist? That's interesting. And why did y'all not get the facts about what I was going on before you would believe KGR, who sits and lies? And Trigger just said that she witnessed her on a small scale not being able to be consistent. And she said out her mouth that she was trying to do it. And we all know, if you fall out with your friend and your friend spread a rumor about you, it's a lot different than if a random stranger spread a rumor about you. It's validity to it. So it's not even. Calling people out and being nasty and calling people names and saying the bitch word and talking about people looks is fair game. Being compared to a dog and being trying to expose and dox people is not cool. DOX people is not cool. But if you say it's fair, villain, then it's fair.
I did not say it was fair. And to be honest, Mia, I don't know you very well, but I've been in the spaces with your mutuals way before you have come around. I'm going to be clear about that. This is before any of your mutuals were content creators. I've known them. So let's be clear about that. I would never talk on something I don't know about. I ask all the time, I really would love to know what the issue was, because it wasn't colorism. Y'all gonna hide behind the fact that calling Yellow colorist, but it's something else, because the damn show wasn't colorist. Because if Yellow's a colorist, you might as well throw me in that and block me too. And on top of that, call me a racist, because when I talk shit about these black men, nobody got a problem with it. Call me a misogynist, because when I talk shit about other women who be pick-me's, nobody nobody got a problem with it. Like, if we're gonna go down the list and call people names, make sure you call me all the names and make sure you block me too. I'm going to be keeping it real. Colorism is not the issue y'all had with yellow. Maybe you specifically, but not them on that side, because some of them are super colorist. I've known a lot of them before they even were content creators. I'm not going to say I was besties with them, but I know for a fact if somebody's your friend and the way they went about it was bad. The things that was done to Yellow's Discord was bad. A lot of things were bad. Again, the patience to sit up on panels and go back and forth with niggas like Saw, Omega, and all that, but ready to do a smear campaign against somebody who was considered your bestie. Nah, I'm going to say that's not right. Where's the patience for that? And by the way, I've seen some of your mutuals do that with other content creators that I like. They have also run off a content creator that did not 100% agree with and helped with doxing and putting up backgrounds to another black woman content creator that they did not agree with. So again, there has been things that happened way before this whole big split with yellow. And I'm gonna be honest, y'all can say it is about colorism. Y'all issue with yellow is not colorism. Because if y'all have an issue about colorism with yellow, you might as well throw me in the list too.
Hey,
Because
super
I've said
villain.
on this before
Super
that
villain.
I didn't.
What
Yeah, I'm sorry.
what oh no, I was just trying to ask you a question. So were you explaining like what the big rift that happened between, because you said you and T and the other people that split the big group, or were you gonna get to that?
I'm not going to particularly say what exactly happened because, to be honest, I don't think it was colorism. I think somewhere down the line, somebody offended someone else. I don't know exactly what it is. I know it's hiding behind the guise of colorism. Like, we can keep it legit and say what it really is. I don't know what it is on their side, but I'm gonna tell you right now, Trigger. They're saying it's colorism. It's not. It is absolutely not. But if it is colorism, I'm also saying if you feel like yellow is colorist, you might as well throw me on the list. You could throw T on the list, because how many times have we made jokes about we only like dark skinned men, or we only have a certain type, or this or that, or we don't want no mixed kids or stuff like that. We want our kids black and stuff like that. Like, if that's not colorist, then what is? Again, if she is colorist, you can throw me on the list because I said some colorist shit and laughed at some colorist motherfucking jokes. And not only am I colorist, again, throw racist on the line because I make fun of the Trey. You know, I'll call out a black man in a minute. Throw misogynist because I'll talk shit about a woman in a minute. Throw in prejudice because I'll talk about white tea men in a minute. Again, if y'all gonna go down the list, call all the names and make sure you're, and I'm not saying you specifically, Mia, but make sure y'all also haven't been colorists. Make sure y'all also haven't been doing these things that y'all acclaim is a big deal that other people have done. That's all I'm saying. And I did
I
not
just
say
said
it
it
was
on
right
here.
for KGR to weaponize that. I did not say that.
But I just said it right here. So it's not that it's like an isolated incident, but your mom made up. That's not my concern. I've literally today triggered when you roll the tape back. I literally today acknowledged my issue with wireless had to be stemmed steeply in me being internalized with my internalized misogyny and my colorism. I have not shied away from it. Anybody can check me on it. That's one. And I do think that it's interesting that black women have to be get policed on how they want to run their content. When I came on this app, because I'm gonna speak for me, I want to be able to have my platform set up to where I can monetize or I can get my message out with arguing with these red pill men or however I want to do it in the same way that the men do. If you are a person who are like you want your space to be isolated, beautiful. If I want my space to be drama and exposing and giving people the opportunity to curse out red pillars and call them names, that's what I should be able to do. It shouldn't be police. And I think it's interesting when people want to wag their fingers and speak to stuff that they won't give full context to. They kind of tip around and say, hinting around and say, I don't think it's colorism. I think it's this. It's interesting. I had a personal conversation with Yellow, a personal one, where she came to me and said some specific stuff. We all are colorists. She didn't want to be checked on. That's the problem. It's not that she's colorist and nobody else is. She don't want to be checked on, and you can't confront her on it. So it's fine that's whatever. I just think it's always interesting when
I'm
people can
sorry,
say
but
what they
that's
want to say.
BS. So call it out. Say, what did she say that was colorist? And by the way, I also said I am also colorist. So I'm not wagging my finger. Trigger, am I not the first one that be coming up here and say I don't do the holier than thou shit, that I'm a flawed woman? That is literally my intro on every conversation I have on this app. I don't do the holier than thou thing. I say I'm flawed. I just said you can call me colorist, you can call me racist, throw in prejudice, throw in misogynist. I don't do that. I don't act
I
holier
give
than
you the
thou. I
answer.
just went down the list of the shit that I do.
Can
I
I
also know
respond
I'm
to
not gonna
the
call out
villain?
people on the internet
We haven't
and
been
then
able
not
to
expect
respond,
to be
baby.
called out or expect fair
She's
game.
doing it on
I'm
purpose.
not going to do that either.
We haven't been able to respond because you're. Hold on a moment. You're saying a lot, and instead of us being able to break down each part, it's a lot of points all thrown together. And Mia just jumped in to try to address one at a time, and then you came back in to overtalk. And we heard what you said about, you know, you're the same, but she was still trying to finish the point. So if we can get out and we can have a discussion, it would need both parties to contribute to the conversation. Because if you say something and we never get a chance to respond and say, hey, this was my experience, then it's one sided and people will leave the live saying, well, Supervilla said it wasn't colorist. So we're all going to fill in the blank on what we think it is. And you didn't give an answer, a defense, supporting
And then I'm
facts
going
of
to
what you think
interrupt
that it
because
is.
you're having
So the
selective
inference,
hearing. Because
but
who on this app, who on the
let me finish.
panel just heard me say, if it is colorist,
May I
I am
finish?
also colorist. I did not say it
May
wasn't. I
may I
say if you
fin-
took
Okay,
it
you
that way,
guys,
may
I
I
am also
finish?
I'll give you
colorist.
guys
You're
2
having
minutes to
selective
speak.
hearing
May
because
I
you didn't
Seconds.
say
finish?
the
I'll
whole
give you
thing that I
guys
said.
2 minutes to speak. Back and forth. So I'm gonna start.
I'm
With
sorry. I'm sorry, Trey.
I'm gonna drop
But
your
the
okay.
trigger
selective
because she
hearing
Okay.
keep
is
cutting
So
me
crazy to
off.
me.
hold
Miss,
on.
no,
I'll let
no,
you start for us. You
I'm gonna
can go.
drop
You
because I
can.
don't want showtime for 2 minutes. She been talking for like 45 minutes, but I got to answer in two. Is not fair.
Okay. No,
I'm
just
going
go ahead. It's
downstairs,
okay,
man.
sis. Go ahead and speak. You can speak.
What I'm
I was
saying
just
though.
trying to
What I'm
balance
saying
what
is
you guys
there's
vote for speaking. That's all. I
yeah.
wasn't trying to limit you in speaking.
Okay, I'm just saying that there's not a balance in saying I give grace. I understand you guys are all flawed and then wagging your finger, but don't do that right there. Don't you talk to that person. It has to go all the way around. So there is a heavy side of giving yellow grace, but wagging your finger at other people who you don't approve of while you're saying, I don't care what you do. I think we're all flawed. I make mistakes. So you throw yourself back into the mix by saying, but I'm colorist. I got flaws. I make mistakes. And then in the same breath, come back in to wag your finger and police what Mia or Lynn or Tara may be doing in their lives. So what I'm saying is be even across the board. And if you accept it all, no matter how we behave, okay. Now, if there is judgment to be passed, telling someone I don't believe what happened when you did not have Yellow come and visit you at your house, you ain't talked to her on the phone, you ain't talked to her in Discord, you ain't talked to her one-on-one about these colorist issues multiple times, is wild work for you to say that it's not colorism when you weren't there. So that's how narratives get spun when you weren't involved, but you have the dominant or you have the superior authority on which you're going to decide the case is. Absolutely not. That is not fair. I'm going to go on mute.
Okay.
I'm gonna say this triggered. It's crazy because I talked with Yellow outside this app before she was even a content creator. I've never had colorist vibes from Yellow, so that's my experience. And if by what I've seen, what Yellow displayed is colorism, I said, I can't talk shit because that would make me a colorist too. The selective hearing, because I did not say half the things that you just said, and you left out a lot of the portion that I was talking about, is wild. I understand y'all have an issue with Yellow. It is my belief. These are my reflections, not triggered, not nobody else on here. It is my belief that colorism is not the issue y'all have with Yellow. I don't care what kind of word salad you want to throw into it. That is my belief. Absolutely. Now, if Yellow has said something colorist and you got the receipts that is woe than me, throw it out there. Outside, I can't say more than what I know. So I'm going to correct the narrative and say In my experience with Yellow Chick, I have not found her to be colorist. But if the things that you say that she has done is colorist, based on what I've seen, and by the way, I only went off last night. I don't go to y'all live since the split. I have a new page. I don't even follow y'all. So y'all don't even show up on my For You page. So I'm not judging y'all lives. I don't be there. I don't follow. You can go look. I don't follow any of y'all. I have a new page. I've been not in the mix with y'all. So I don't go to your pages and know what you're saying. I'm talking about off last night live, which we've all been talking about. That's what I'm saying. And I only addressed Mia saying that I knew Yellow Chick and a lot of our mutuals, Tara included, before they had platforms and engaged with them. A lot of y'all are new. I know you feel like you knew these people a long time. Some of y'all haven't known these people before they had platforms. That's all I was saying. I'm one of those people who knew them before they have had platforms. I mean, I don't know what else to say. If you feel like I'm heavy sided on one side than the other, that's fine. I'll take that L. What am I going to do? I'm not here to change your mind. I'm going on record by saying, and I said this to Yellow in a conversation, and I am, by the way, no way saying that she is super innocent, saying that I didn't get the colorist vibe from her, and I don't feel like y'all issue with Yellow is colorism. And that is separate from what happened with the Jeff thing. I want to make that clear. That is very separate because I came on here and said, even though I love them over there, they're my mutuals, I could not rock with what they did. So it's clear that I can call out behavior that I do not like and people that I get along with. I yield, Trigger.
Okay, I'm gonna go and have if Mia you want to respond, and then I'm gonna go to T, and then pretty intellectual. Did you
I'm
have?
gonna be quick. Yeah, I'm gonna be quick. Then say what you think the real issue is, and I hope you don't say jealousy. And then when Lynn can come back, trigger, maybe it'll be at a later time because I know she's at work. We can definitely pull up the receipts where Yellow said that she wonders if is there light skin privilege or is it dark skin insecurity. And I ain't never heard the term dark skin insecurity, but Yellow is more the wiser, so she can justify that.
Did anybody want to respond to that? If not, I'm gonna go to T, and then pretty intellectual, because at this point, like I said, I don't have any knowledge of anything that's going on, so I'm just letting you guys speak. But I don't have any knowledge of anything that's going on.
I'm gonna drop because she not gonna answer the question about what it is because she gonna say the same thing that got Yellow kicked. That's why she not answering the question. But I go on downstairs. I keep supporting downstairs.
Okay, all right. Well, I'll go up
Was
here.
that triggered? Wait a minute. Was that she in reference to me? Is she saying that I didn't answer the question?
I think so.
Okay, so let me set the record straight because I know TikTok is a lot of y'all live. I'm gonna say this, and T, not even to pull you in it, where we literally just had this conversation around whatever the split happened. I wasn't on Yellow lives like that a lot. I am actually the one who told Yellow don't do a Discord where a lot of the drama ended up happening because I had my own issues with Discord. I wish Yellow could come up, but y'all probably won't believe her anyway because I know she's the villain of TikTok now, so whatever. But things like this, I discouraged and told Yellow about. I said, this is not a good idea. It's going to be things where she tried to include people. I said, don't do it. I'm the one who told her, you know what, stay solo. Maybe if she would have minded her business, it would have never got to this. Now, if you were saying that she said light skin privilege or dark skin insecurity, if that would make her colorist, which part? Is it because she said light skin privilege because light skin people do have privilege? Or is it that dark skin people have insecurities because dark skin people do have this? Like, where's the lie? I don't understand. And again, if that's what makes her colorist, you don't want to hear me talk. And my name is Supervillain, by the way. Again, I don't do the holier than thou thing. I come off very offensive. I am flawed. I'm going to offend you. This ain't going to be the last time I offend you, and this ain't the first time I offended somebody. Again, I understand if colorism was your issue. This is why I said I cannot speak on that because if her behavior is colorist, you might as well block me right now. Literally block me right now because I've said some out of the world shit, and I'm gonna be completely honest. And I'm one of the few people who will be honest and say I've said some terrible shit. and not just about colorism. Again, about black men, about women, about able-bodied or disabled-bodied people, about freaking everybody. Everybody get the smoke. Again, my name is Supervillain. Thank you very much. I yield, Triggered. I'm like
You're
really
not the only
confused.
you're not the only
Uh,
villain though. Don't do that. Don't act like you're the only
Man,
one
oh
who
my
can be
goodness.
offensive.
Why do
That's
y'all take
weird.
everything as a
I'm
threat?
not
It is
saying
No,
he
literally
okay,
not
what
a
you got
threat.
that's
it.
not what
You
she
got
meant.
it.
That's not what she meant, though. That's not
T,
what she
you
meant.
know what? I'm not even gonna justify it. It don't even. I'm not gonna do it. If I got bothered by everybody who misunderstood me or took something as don't do that, then I wouldn't be not on this app anymore. So it's fine. That's fine. I yield. Triggered. Thanks.
Okay.
But I'll stay up here.
I wanted to talk to somebody. I'm gonna let T speak, but I don't know who Deja 2829 in the comments. You said block me right now. Is that fake rage? Like, I don't understand what you're talking about and who you are. Or the other person that said that they are just minding my business. When I clicked on your name, you were indeed blocked as well. When I went on that other panel and I saw you, I blocked so many people. You know what I'm saying? So I don't even know why, but apparently some reason why I blocked you, but I don't know because I block people and then totally forget about them. So I'm not quite for sure. I don't know. And
I think she's addressing me because I said if something is one thing or the
oh,
other to block me right now.
oh,
I
okay,
say
okay,
block me
okay.
because people say that I triggered them or I've been accused of being harmful or spreading harmful rhetoric.
Okay,
When
okay.
you
I
don't
was
agree
making sure
with
it wasn't
them.
me. Because I
So
was like,
no,
I
it
didn't
wasn't
even
you.
do
It wasn't
anything.
you. I think that was towards me. If I'm mistaken, again, I'm not saying I'm right here. You can address her and ask her maybe if that was what it was.
Okay, so I'm gonna go up here then to T, then Pretty Intellectual, and then Drika has some stuff up there on the screen, so I'll go to her, and then Deja 2829. Hopefully I'm pronouncing your name right. Go ahead, T.
That's all right.
Okay, okay, good, good,
And
good, good.
I was just gonna say, like, what, as far as that go, I honestly speaking, I'm gonna just stay out of it because one, I wasn't there. Two, that's not my battle to fight. Whatever, if somebody felt like they want to clock somebody, it is what it is. Like, whatever. I mean, I have that attitude. I won't be police. No, no, no bitch can clock me. Can't clock me for something I said out of my own damn mouth. And I've said it several, and I'll say it several times again. I'm not trying to act like, oh, I'm some bad motherfucker. That's not the point that I'm saying. And I don't think that's how Villain was trying to come off saying, oh, I'm big and bad or whatever. No, that's not the case. When I'm basically saying that, as far as like the check it, clock it, queen attitude, people want to be the clock it police. Everybody, oh, you said that. Now I'm going to go make a live and talk about you. What the fuck? Like, whatever. Whatever. I mean, I'm fully conscious of what is coming out of my mouth. I know what I'm saying and I know how it sounds. I'm not politically correct. I don't have no what's that called? Respectability politics, whatever how the hell you say it. No, I don't. And, everyone felt like when they up on some pedestal that they can go clock it for everybody else. It's different between what I do. I'm not clocking. I'm just expressing my opinion on it. I'm just making an observation and I'm just expressing it. Rather somebody else is like, horrible or not, that's all on them. I mean, I'm not innocent myself. Like I said, I'm a bit colorist. I'm a bit racist. And as y'all know, people want to call me T-phobic. People say I'm H-phobic. Okay, that's cool. That's cool. I don't care about that. I laugh at ableist joke, all kinds of shit. I am not what you will call a holier than thou person, like how Supervillain said. So when people be saying like, oh, we gonna clock this person on this. No, like no one else is flawed. Everybody's perfect. Everyone antennas is up so well that everyone feel like they have the authority to clock another person. Like who gives a shit? Are we not grown up in here? What do we be doing up here? We call ourselves so-called feminists, and yet we be dragging pygmies. We drag mammies. Yes, you can drag another woman and still be a feminist. Yes, you could. And like I said, I go to plenty of panels and I hear pygmies getting dragged for the filth with no type of mercy whatsoever. You know what I'm saying? So, I mean, if someone felt like somebody else needed impact they internalize misogyny. They need to impact something. I'm not talking to no feminists that, and I'm gonna say this again. I'm not talking about no feminist, so-called feminists can say a damn thing about clocking me if you're gonna accept patriarchy in a dress. Straight up and down. That's what these T mother effers are, patriarchy in a dress. You accept misogyny in a dress. You have no problem when when a straight man come up in there and say females, everybody attack them like a bunch of wild, angry dogs. But when a G man step on there and say bitches, nobody says a damn thing. And y'all comfortable being called cis, but y'all don't have a problem being called female. That shit is weird to me. And like I said, I'm just saying my humble opinion. This is just my humble opinion. I'm not clocking nobody on nothing. If that's how y'all want to live, like that's on you. That's on you. You know, but like I said, it is what it is. I'll be damned if some so-called feminist is gonna clock me on my floor. But meanwhile, you upholding patriarchy in a dress. I'll be damned.
Okay, all right, T. Okay, I'm gonna go here to Pretty Intellectual, then Mia, and then Deja. Go ahead, Pretty Intellectual.
Hey there. I'm just gonna address the prompt, if that's okay, or if you wanted to skip me
Oh
and
no, go
maybe some
ahead.
other.
No, that's great. It's whatever you want to
Okay.
do, sis. Go ahead.
All right. Yeah, I'm gonna address the prompt and maybe we'll flow into kind of the larger picture of what's already been talked about. But listen, why do Black women keep on trusting men online who pander and grift? I see it often, and I've always said it. Like, I don't understand why we would ever think a man should be the presence of a movement for women if we understand why white people can't be the presence of a movement for Black people, right? Like, so it's kind of weird when I see people pedestalize men to speak for women on women's issues and like don't kind of give a second look or like a side eye, like when it starts to get a little bit too intense. Like, I think like we talk about ego unaliving and how important it is, but like I question if a lot of these men have unalived their ego or if they even can. So I think I always will give a side eye. The second thing too, like it's not even just like panders or grifters. My thing is like somebody was speaking earlier when it's like we're dragging pygmies, right? And I've dragged pygmies for their opinions. I draw the line at like personal insults. I draw the line at going after them about looks. That's where I personally draw the line. Just because, especially if we're in the presence of men and men hear us saying those things about each other, I think like we're putting on a show. We don't see men doing that shit to each, well, we do, right? But like, because they're not the ones that are marginalized, it's us, they have more ammo to use when they hear us doing it to each other. So I personally don't do it. And like, I think there's a space in every movement for like different opinions, but I think it is especially hard as a Black woman trying to find allyship, because I said it in the comments earlier. Our allies, they weaponize their allyship against us. I firmly believe that. I think that you have, even today, you had a Black man who is a misogynist speaking on an issue saying he's defending a Black woman. No, the fuck you weren't. You weren't defending Black women, sir. You were using this as your in to get Black women who are typically feminists back on your side. That's what you're doing, right? So he's claiming to be, oh, I'm fighting for Black women. How dare you? Meanwhile, you're still acting within your misogyny. And then on the flip side, you have white teen men who want to be friends with us and use and weaponize that allyship to say, oh, look, hate Black men. Look what they do to you. I'm your savior, right? And you have white teen women who want that allyship from say, oh, let's hate all men. I'm your savior, right? And I think that it leaves Black women in a very precarious position because oftentimes whenever it comes time for them to actually show up and be an ally to us, they're not going to. And they're more often than not going to fail for real, unless they feel like they have some benefit. A lot of times they will play a part if they feel they have some benefit. If they feel that they can get something from you, whether it be your attention or your affection, and you are phenotypically the person that they like or are attracted to, they will act as though they're for your cause. And I think like it does leave us in a space where sometimes we'll feel really lonely. And when we do feel quote unquote betrayed by other Black women, it leaves you scarred a little bit more because you're like, fuck, like I can't trust them. Now I can't trust y'all. And it's just this really weird spot to be. But like, I think sometimes we just got to understand, like, it's not even like it's a lonely journey, but we should all be able to stand on our opinions 10 toes down without anybody's support. And that's kind of how I feel, the point I've gotten to in my life, where I'm like, I don't know if there's one person I 100% agree with on anything, right? And I think like you just have to be able to stand on your opinion, whatever it is that you feel, flawed, not flawed, like just stand on it. But understand, like, sometimes if your opinions are harming other Black women, you're gonna face their criticism. And you can't be mad that you're facing criticism from other Black women, right? So
Pretty
that's all.
intellectual. I wanted to ask you a question because
Yeah.
I agree with what you're saying. I think that that there's going to be nobody that you agree with 100%
No.
because we're all individuals. We're not monolithic and all of that stuff. And I think that though what's important is how we as Black women behave. If we don't agree or we have a disagreement, that we can come together at the end of the day and still be sisters and recognize that we have a common goal in mind, which is the elevation and protection of Black women. But I did want to ask you, what opinions do you think that are harmful to Black women?
Like, for example, I think that I'm be real, I think it's very harmful to ever disparage a Black woman's phenotypical appearance in front of men. I think it's harmful to do, period. But I feel like talking about it in the presence of men is especially harmful, and there's never a good excuse anyone can give me as to why they would do it. Because you're not addressing her opinion, you're not addressing her point of view, you are talking about her. You're talking about the one thing she literally can't change. A light bulb could go off and she could become a better person. She could become evolved, right? But you're talking about the shit she can't change, which is inherently anti-feminist. So I think that would be like one example.
Okay. Okay. I just wanted to know where you were coming from with the opinions. I mean, yeah, I think so. I'm not saying well, let's say this. I don't insult Black women's appearance, but I will insult a man's appearance any day. I do
Absolutely. Oh,
that.
yeah. Listen, absolutely.
Sorry. Oh. But let me go down here to Drinka, Mia, and then
Yeah,
Deja, and then Nisi.
yeah. I agree with you, pretty. And I gotta work on it. But after listening to what T said and like trying to internalize and process it, it made me think about what the reality is, and I don't think that I think she right. There is a certain limit to this. I guess you could say checking and trying to do like this. Like comparison. And when I think about it, because this was my roots before, I think it's all fair and it is okay to play dirty. I think that the only time I get confused is when I kind of step into another space outside of what I like to dwell in, and that's it's okay to get dirty. And rather being accused of something so beautiful or having somebody try to weaponize something so beautiful as motherhood or having a African American name that is typical to African Americans is not enough to really worry about when you think about it. I think that that's proof that we are conditioned we're conditioned in such a way that we have to constantly fight feeling shamed or feeling or being able to be bothered by things that we know we shouldn't be bothered by and that society is trying to shame us into. And if that's all a person got is weaponizing something that they think would be specific to affecting the Black woman, then that's cool. And I think that me accepting that opens me up to be able to match the energy like I like to. So instead of me showing that message to try to prove my point, I think I would rather people assume what they want so that I can be free to handle whoever I want to handle how I want. And I'll yield with that.
Okay. All right. Let me go to Deja, and then Nisi, and then No Media.
So this is what I have to say. Trigger, I've been in your lives a couple times, but I've been on panels with most of these ladies and a lot of the ladies in the comment section. So here's my issue. If you're hearing a conversation from one side and form an opinion, you're already going to be wrong. The only way you're going to get the truth is if you hear it from both sides. We all know that. We all grown. And we're not going to all agree on everything. But I do think there's times and points when you specifically have to be angry about things, right? So I'm definitely going to be angry if a pick-me's on here because you're dangerous. You're just as dangerous as a man, and you're protecting that man and you're helping that man be dangerous, i.e. you're helping them pander, right? So I'm also a dark-skinned woman. I'm going to be angry if you think you cute or you can do whatever you want to do just because you light-skinned. That's an issue for me. So if somebody is actively telling you something is happening, this other person is saying something, instead of going, nah, you can just block me because, yes, I was talking about you, supervillain. Instead of doing that, how about you listen, figure out what is going on, right? And then make a collective decision. And going, just block me, because the other side said this, just block me. I don't care if you like it. I don't care and all this, because none of us is perfect. We 110% agree that none of us are perfect, and nobody's trying to be perfect. But at the same time, there's things you have to actively be upset about. So nobody's asking anybody to be perfect. I don't necessarily agree with y'all with your trans stance. I don't. But I'm not saying it's right or wrong, and you have every bit of a right to feel how you about it. I'm not saying it's right or wrong. I personally don't think it's something I want to take up to be an activist to get at this point, because I feel like I need to be an activist and support Black women's movements and what they need to be before I support anybody else's movement. But I'm damn sure gonna have a problem, because part of the problem with being a colorist is your proximity to white. YT. And so you think because your proximity close to that man that you're now protecting, not only are you protecting the Black men that are doing it, you now protecting the YT men that are doing it because your proximity closer to them. So to me, you're the same as, if you doing colorism, you're the same as a pick me to me. And so that's harmful to me. So if we're all going to have an opinion on what is going on, get an opinion from both sides before you decide what side you're going to jump on. That's all I'm saying.
Okay, DJ, I wanted to say something real quick. Because I forgot. Thanks so much for coming up, Mia. I want to say this real quick. I once again, everybody said, well, why is everybody talking? I just let everybody talk and get out their feelings of what they have to say, because like I said earlier, I don't know what's going on. I only spoke on one part that I saw, but I don't know anything of anything that's going on. But I did want to be clear here, because it is my live, and when people say things, even though it may not be my thoughts, it's their thoughts. If I don't really say anything to like give any pushback against it, then people may think that I agree. I just want to say that I think, just give y'all a quick, this is real quick. I was raised by both my parents. My dad was in the Black Student Union when he was in college, which I said this plenty of times, but he was very, 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 very pro-Black, an extremely light-skinned man. He always told me that colorism was bad. That colorism means that you are buck broken. If you acknowledge any type of colorism, which is i.e. preferring light-skinned men, or if you prefer dark-skinned men. You know how some people say, oh, yeah, I prefer dark-skinned men. It's just something about them. They seem very strong and masculine to me. But, it's just something about light-skinned men. They soft. That is internalized self-hatred, racism. You're buck broken. That's what white people told you, that lightness was feminine and darkness was masculine, which benefits dark-skinned men, but then it also benefits light-skinned women. But it is negative to dark-skinned Black women and to light-skinned Black men. My parents were highly, highly against colorism, brought it up all my life, told me never be that way, never do that. I am a brown-skinned to dark-skinned woman, depending on who you ask. But I will pretty much say most people say I'm brown-skinned, because I've had people tell me, hey, don't get in colorist conversations, because how the Browns, we always kind of get left out, which I don't care. But it's like people don't really want you to interject. So I'm going to say I'm wholeheartedly against colorism. I never had a preference in men, whether you be light, whether you be dark, whether you be in between. So I just want to say, for me, I have never, ever exhibited any signs of colorism, because my father didn't play that. You know, he grew up back in the day where people would try to fight him and stuff like that because he was light skinned and thought he was weak and stuff. And that's why my father ended up getting a black belt in karate and having a karate school, because he felt like he needed to arm himself and be able to fight and stuff like that because of all of that. So we didn't play colorism in my house at all. And this is way back in the 80s, all right? When light skin was in, when he definitely could have been on that type of time, but he was not. So I'm just here to say, I can't speak for nobody else, but for me, I don't do that. Never have. It's never been my way of thinking or way of being. But for everybody else, that's fine. I just wanted to put my stance in, and that's all I wanted to say, because I don't want anybody to think that whatever everybody has to say, this is just my personal opinion, and I'm not talking about anybody else's perspective, because everybody is, everybody has a right to their own thoughts and perspectives and feelings and all of that. I just want to be clear with that. And also be clear with why. I ain't gonna say my other thought right now. But let me keep going to Nisi, and then No Media, and then we can go back to everybody, whoever wants to speak and speak. Go ahead, Nisi, and then I'll go to No Media.
Could
And
I
hey,
go
Hey,
before no media?
Trigger.
Because I just wanted to address Deja really quickly. If I
oh
could
yeah,
go
yeah,
after
yeah.
Nisi,
Okay,
please.
sorry, Nisi. Go ahead, super villain, real quick, and then I'll get to Nisi and then No Media.
Okay, I just, and I'm sorry for skipping Nisi. I just, because before it gets too out of the loop. So I'm gonna say this with all the, first of all, I'm gonna just give y'all a quick example. I love to give this example, Triggered. Me and Triggered, I am in her space on the daily. If you don't believe me, she posts her lives on YouTube. You can hear me always giving commentary. Me and Triggered, when it comes to relationships, are on the complete opposite of the spectrum. I be here talking shit about men. Triggered as a happily married woman. And when she talks about how happily she married is, I be so happy for her. I'm not one of these women that be like, but you're married, but you with a man and you talking about feminism. I'm throwing out that example because me and Triggered exist in a space where we can completely disagree on a very fundamental topic. And am I not here every single day, Triggered? Do I not respect your boundaries and you respect mine?
Absolutely.
I'm here. I'm here every single day. And trust me, because Triggered is a sharp pew pewer. She will kick you out her live and block you like nobody's business. You don't even know you blocked by the time you start typing. I'm still here. We I'm just saying that I am someone who could be in a space and I don't agree with a fundamental topple and still rock out and still be cool. Now, this is not my first rodeo, and I'm gonna throw T in this only because me and T have very similar experience. This is not T's first rodeo. When I say block me, I am not even being facetious. I have been called everything but the child of Mother Nature on this app because of my views. A lot of y'all are new here. I've been doing this a long time that my patience has worn thin. So when I say block me, I do it because I have been told that I come off as harmful and as to not cause harm to a fellow black woman because I'm not going to change my stance in how I feel. I'm going to be who I am. I say block me. I'm not saying it as an aggression. I'm saying it for your protection. A lot of things have been said. I don't know if y'all want to change my mind or do anything of that sort. It's not going to happen. The best solution I found out is to set a boundary and navigate accordingly. There are things, I guess, with this issue we are not going to agree on. I'm not here to convince you, and you will never convince me. So, again, let's respectfully act accordingly, navigate accordingly. And if something you have to do is block for your safety, because I'm going to say this as someone who I'm now going to add colorist to the list. Someone who has willingly said I've been misogynistic, I've been prejudiced, I've been racist, I've been everything in the book. My thing is, if y'all gonna have outrage, don't let it be selective. Don't be mad at one thing. Be mad at everything I say because everything I say at this point is harmful. So go ahead and block me. It's not about being facetious. I'm talking about honestly keeping your peace. Go ahead and block me. That's all. That's it. I'm not arguing with nobody. I don't do the back and forth with Nick Noggs, and I definitely don't come on this app to go back and forth with black women. Anybody who knows me that knows that about me. I do not do it. Not on this Chinaman app. Thank you, Trig.
Okay, all right. Deja, I think she said she wanted to respond back to Supervillain, and then we're gonna get Niecy, and then everybody else, so I can speak after that. But after Deja responds, we definitely got to get Niecy in.
I'm gonna keep it short and sweet. It's so we all grown and we all set boundaries, and all of us women that come up here have no problem blocking. We don't need an invitation to block. We'll block if we want to. So that's why I came from with the fake rage, because if I'm a block you if I want to. I got my boundaries and I go on whatever live I want to. I don't need an invitation for it. So I didn't understand like the point of saying that. But we're all up here saying we stand for something, but at the same time, we don't want to stand for something because ain't nobody perfect. Either you do or you don't. There has to be a boundary, there has to be a standard, and there has to be, or we just up here just yip yapping and talking and it don't even mean nothing. So either you stand for something or you don't. It's really that simple. And nobody's asking anybody to be perfect. Nobody is. Once again, I follow T, I follow Niecy, I follow you, I follow Trigger, and I follow Pretty. When we done with this conversation, we done with it. But what I'm saying is, if we all go come up here saying we are feminists at one point and we not, at some point, you have to stand for something. Because what are we doing? We just yapping. We might as well call ourselves
Deja,
pick me's.
Deja, let me ask
Yes,
you a
ma'am.
question. When you say that we have to stand for something, exactly what do you mean?
So I
Agree
told you
with
what I stand
she
for.
mean agree with what they say? Because I put my stance and
That's
I
not
set
what I
my
said, Super
boundaries.
Villain. Don't
When
ever
you
speak
don't
for
like
me.
what you, if you
Don't
don't
ever
agree
speak
with
for me, because
them,
she
then
just
it's a
asked me what
problem.
I
Hey,
meant, and I
Supervillain,
can say what I
let
meant.
her finish what she. Go ahead, Deja.
So I said what I meant, and I meant what I said. What I'm saying is, number one, I'm gonna repeat myself because you tried to make it seem like my conversation was about something else. You spoke to one side. You came up, you even said it while we having this conversation. You spoke to one side because you talked to that one side, and that one side made you think what you said and how you feel. That's cool. If you want to go with that, my suggestion to you would be, if you don't know what happened on the other side or you didn't ask the other side, then don't say nothing. It's just that simple. And they're telling you in the comments what she said. So if you really truly cared to know what was said and wanted to make a stand, then you could have just asked, because all these ladies would have told you, including me. That's number one. Number two, I'm a stand on business and I speak what I speak. Everybody has heard me say I protect black women. Whether that means I'm paying $100 to drop you, whether that means I'm going to crash out on you, whether that means I'm going to educate. And I hold pick me's to the same god darn standard. And you, at some point, supervillain, if multiple women are telling you this woman has said that, I think we all intelligent enough to know, if multiple women are telling you this is said, you either one, don't want to know, don't want to ask, and just want to be willful, and that's on you. But at some point, if you gonna say something, you gonna stand on business, be honest that you didn't care really what she said or did to these other women. And that's okay, that's on you, but don't try to chastise them like they children for that. And that's all I gotta
How
say.
did I chastise? And number one, and again, this is why it's so frustrating. And I wish I'm gonna say this, and I'm gonna be, and I shouldn't have inserted myself, and I'm gonna say this. I have side-eyed and told Yellow some things before the split even happened. So again, when I say I don't feel like it's colorism because that's the guys that they're going off, I've always had weird vibes, and I've been told Yellow this. This is before the split. And like I said, I wasn't even around when that initial thing happened. I didn't join the Discord. I'm the one who told Yellow, don't do a Discord because that shit be hella messy. So again, these are some things that I have had a conversation with Yellow before this big split even happened. I know y'all want me to go over there and ask your side.
We don't want
If
anything
I
for you just not to say
You
anything.
just said that. Okay, so if I don't get your other side, I'm going to tell you this. You're going to be okay. You're going to leave this live and you're going to continue your life. If I don't ask the other side what happened and I still keep my stance, you're going to be okay. I'm setting a boundary. You said that we got to set boundaries, right? And you said we have to do this and that. This is me setting my boundary. And if you feel like I don't care, I'm not in no mood to change your mind. Again, from the beginning, I said block me. I'm not telling you what to do, but it's like I can't do this, but then you're policing me about how I want to set my boundaries.
I'm
Again,
not
all
doing
I
that at
said was
all.
block me.
I'm
That's
just
not telling
saying,
you what to do.
I'm
That's
not
saying
telling you
if
to do
I'm
anything.
harmful,
Actually, I never said block. I'm saying you have an opinion. You up here with a strong opinion. You up here with a strong opinion about something you
Very
have no
strong.
knowledge of, villain. So if you have
How do
no
you know I
knowledge
don't
of it,
have knowledge of
if
it though?
people, it's
How do you
54
know what
people
I
in here.
know?
It's 54. You said
How
it
do
yourself. You
you
said it
know
yourself.
what
You
I
said
know?
it
You're telling
yourself.
me I have no knowledge. You don't know what I
Anyways,
know or
there's
don't
55
know.
people in this live. There are people that are going to walk away with villain said this. They're going to walk away with that,
Ma'am,
not knowing.
respectfully,
So,
I've been
so
in
if
live
you
with
if you don't have an
250
opinion, it's
people.
crazy you don't have an opinion to
I've
have an
been in
opinion at the
live with
same time. Either
250
you have one or
people
you
and they
don't.
didn't like what I said. This is not my first
If you
rodeo.
don't have an opinion, then don't have an opinion. Either
I
you
can
do or
have an
you don't.
opinion and I'm
Then,
going to say
then
it.
why
And
you
what's going
up
to
here with these
happen?
strong opinions?
I'm going to have a very strong opinion.
Right.
What's
That's
next?
why. So you have no boundaries or standards then, as
I
long as it
set my
fits your
boundaries. So
narrative.
what's next?
Okay,
I don't
you got
understand
it,
what's
villain. You got
confusing.
it. You got it.
You're saying I'm having a strong opinion, so I said, okay, what's next? I'm going to be in lives with 100,000s of people, and they're not going to like what I say. This is not my first rodeo. This is why I say you can exercise the block button because I've been doing this too much. This ain't my first rodeo. This ain't the first time somebody didn't like my approach or my opinion. You said if a lot of women come and tell me something, I should have the intellect. I've been told a lot of stuff by a lot of women on things I don't agree with, and that's my boundary. I don't understand what's the problem. I'm not telling you to believe yellow. I'm not telling you that she's innocent. I'm saying that I don't feel what was said is the issue, and was is the issue. And I'm letting you know I've had this conversation before the split. I've told yellow shit before the split, and that's not even for you to know. But you keep saying I don't know the whole story. How do you know what I know?
Okay. Okay.
That's weird. Trigger, that's what I'm saying. How do you know what I know? Maybe because I don't practice getting online and spewing.
I think Supervillain might have had a phone call. I'm gonna go to are you done? Are you finished, Supervillain?
Sorry,
Yeah.
I had an alarm. I'm just saying this, and to the comments you're saying, I said I don't know what happened. So if I misspoke, I'm gonna say this: I don't believe colorism is what caused the split, and that's why I said I don't know what caused the split. I don't believe it's colorism. Now, if that's me saying I don't know what happened and me not knowing the whole story, you know me, triggered. I'm gonna take a L each and every way I catch it. That is fine. If that's how you feel, me saying I don't believe it's colorism while y'all have an issue with yellow, if that's me not knowing the other side or not knowing the story or being ill informed, I will take that L. I'm taking the L. Y'all got it. Y'all absolutely got it. I'm just saying, moving forward, if you don't like my rhetoric, you can't police what I say, but you can protect yourself by blocking me or not listening to what I say. We all not gonna agree on everything, and that's just the goodness, honest truth.
Okay. Okay. All right. Okay. So let me go over here to Nisi. Sorry it took so while, Nisi. I just wanted them to be able to to discuss back and forth with each other before. Go ahead, Nisi. Let me see if I can turn your mic on.
I'm here. I'm sorry. Honestly, I wasn't here for the whole discourse. I'm just listening in, but I'm going to say this because all y'all, like Triggered, you know how much you mean to me. Pretty, you know how much you mean to me. T, you know how much you mean to me. Supervillain, you know how much you mean to me. I love Yellow too. That's my booski. I don't like this happening, that we're having discourse with each other. Like, I love us. I support us. My whole point of being on this app is to support us. And I do want to, you too, June, baby. I love you too. But honestly, I wanted to talk about the topic, but at the same time, this discourse that's going on, I don't like it. I don't think like, first of all, yellow chick, I don't think she's colorist. I don't think she's anything of the sort. I think yellow chick is just open and honest. And I love her. Like, I love all of y'all. I don't like us being in this kind of space. And I think with the topic at hand, the fact that men that actually understand what we talk about, that they're called panderers. It's like we're not allowed to
support each other. Like anybody supporting a black woman is a panderer, including each other. And this is why we end up in fight with each other. Because
I wanted to interject right there, real quick, and say, because I made the live, I didn't necessarily, I didn't really necessarily have a lot of info about some other offshoots of this topic that was going on, but I just wanted to say clearly, since I'm the one that made the topic, I don't think that anyone supports black women as a panderer. I do, however, think that the majority of the black men and white men and whatever races of men that are on this app that are speaking to black women and trying to act like they're uplifting them are indeed panderers, for sure. They're taking advantage of black women and they do not care, because a man that was intelligent, that was smart, if he really wanted to make a real change, and I said this earlier, with men, or the dynamics between men and women, or he wanted to really protect black women, what he would do is spend all of his time going to problematic lives, addressing people like Saul, addressing people like Cartel Samuels, addressing people like what's the guy's name, Omega, and all those other ugly boneheads that are, what's his name, Black Guru, and the rest of those lames and losers. They would do that, and all the men that come in their panel. If you have a man that specifically is trying to speak to black women, or he's telling black women how great black women are and all of this, that, and the third, but you look in his personal life and he has a white tea wife, yeah, he's a panderer for sure. There are plenty of black women that he could have chosen from, and it's not the same when it comes to black women, because there aren't as many men as available for them as there are available for good black women. So yeah, he's a panderer. If you see a white tea man that's up there making his whole content about helping black people, supporting black people, exposing racism, yeah, he's a panderer for sure. Now, if you're a black woman, no, I wouldn't say necessarily that you're a panderer, because at the end of the day, you have to live and exist in the same reality that all of us do as black women. That's something that you cannot escape, even if you want to. Even if you want to deny what goes on, when you lay down in the bed what you have to deal with, and what we all have to deal with as black women. But absolutely public, and I'm just dropping names because I'm tired. I'm not about to hide. Yeah, public offenders, a panderer, for sure. That white tea man, I don't even know him. I don't even know his content. I don't even care to know his content. He's in black business, talking to black people, talking to black women, addressing black women, wrong, right, in between, whatever went on. Yeah, he's a panderer. Because what the fuck are you doing talking to white tea people? You got plenty of business that you could be talking to white tea people about. You could be talking about why the heck did y'all be cousins and sisters and brothers and daddies and uncles all together. Why y'all doing that? You could talk about why y'all want to kiss dogs in the mouth. Y'all got a lot of other things to be worried about. Why white tea make up the number one rapist and the number one child, you know what? Y'all could talk about all of those things that affect y'all community, but y'all won't. But y'all want to be in black business. So absolutely panderers. So yes, the majority of people that want to come and pretend, especially if you have Franks and Beans, and you're talking about you care about black women, yes, you're a panderer. All of them. And I'm tired of seeing black women in their panels. What's his name? Controversial Shannon. I don't have any problems with him. I don't have any beef with him. Women have DM'd me, told me things about him, or whatever the case may be. I think he's a panderer too. I think all of them are. They are. And so I'm not here to speak for nobody else, but it's not that I have a problem specifically, and I can't speak for nobody else, like I said, Nisi, that's on the panel. But me, if you're a man and you're talking about black women, and you want to help, and you're not trying to really address men and go at them real crazy and real ignorant, like, yeah, you're a panderer. For sure. And I don't respect you, and I don't trust you, and you're just trying to make money, because black women are very generous. Black women are very loving. Black women are very supportive when they like you and think you care about them. And people like to tell black women that they're all mean and nasty and masculine, and that is not true. Black women are very loving. Black women are very generous. Black women will help you out. Black women will spend that coin on you if they care about you, if they like you, and if they feel some type of kinship with you. And also, they'll do it for men all day long, because black women still value a man's word over a woman's word every day. So if you're a man doing that, you automatically guaranteed to be a bajillionaire, because black women still listen to men above everything else, which is unfortunate. And if you're a black man and you've cashed in on it, you for sure about to get paid. And that's all I had to say. Sorry. Go ahead, Nisi. I'm sorry for cutting in, but I just wanted to say that, because I just wanted to be clear that, yeah, I think they're panderers. But go ahead, sis.
I don't disagree with you and your passion, and I love it, by the way. I'm just saying that there are times like I'm also a moderator for Shannon, controversial Shannon. I'm a moderator for him. And I honestly think he calls out these men that do talk in the way like what you're calling out. And this is why I love you as well, because you call out this bullshit. It's bullshit that needs to be called out. You're absolutely right. I don't think you're wrong. Um, the thing is I don't want us to be in fight with each other over, like misunderstandings, because like I came up here when it seemed like supervillain was like basically being called out. And like I said, I love all my sisters. I love all you guys. I didn't know what was going on. I didn't know exactly where the topic came from. But since you just explained it, Triggered, I understand. I understand 100%. And I get what you're saying about whether it be public, whether it be Shannon, whoever the case may be, right? But my problem is that I don't like the fact that men that do call out horrible things, because the credit that I will give to Shannon is that he calls out these men that tells us, oh, F them kids and F that woman too, because they're not able to be in relationships with us. Like throw the baby out with the bathwater. Like the Anton Daniels, the Kevin Samuels, all these men that are constantly bashing black women. Controversial Shannon, he calls that shit out. And by the way, his wife is black.
Yeah, I
He
know.
has a black wife.
You know what I don't
Like,
understand? It's just I just feel like it's so many times that black women put their faith in like these men that come up, and then you give it enough time, and every time these men are exposed for being on some
we're always
BS. Or
disappointed.
yes, and so at some point, what is the definition of insanity? Doing the same thing over and over and over again, expecting a different result. At what time do you, as
Mm-hmm.
black women, say, you know what? Let's just take a break and not trust any of these men, not go in their spaces, and only trust other black women. That's my thing. I don't believe in
Mm-hmm.
trusting men at all on any level on social media, because regardless of what a man comes up and says online, you do not know him. You do not know what his character is for real. You don't sleep with him. You
Right.
don't go to bed with him. You don't know him personally. You don't know if it's a fake. You don't know if it's a front. You don't know if he's doing it to get the cash. You have no idea about none of it, because at the end of the day, the general quality of men is to lack empathy towards women and their situations, and plus they can never understand where you're coming from because they are not women. So in my opinion, it is absolute insanity to get on this internet and trust any of these Negroes that's speaking. White, black, green, yellow, purple, whoever it is, if they have a Franken bean and you sitting up in there and you really believe they're advocating for you, you are delusional and nuts. I'm sorry, I cannot. It's so many of the ones. I remember when everybody was behind that dude
Not wrong.
that looks like a turtle. What's his name? Mike the Voice. All these black women were all in his lives. Oh my gosh, I just love when Mike the Voice speaks. Like, he just seems so passionate about black women. He seems like he really cares about us. Next thing you know, you find out this man been okie doking women. This man allegedly been behind the back doing red pill, bashing black women, talking about them. And I'm thinking to myself, like, are y'all nuts? Why did y'all ever trust that funny looking Ninja Turtle in the first place? Why would y'all trust this man? Y'all really think any black man decides to put up a thing, put up a black woman, a black woman, a black woman? Look at what happened with Dr. Umar. Some of the things that Dr. Umar says, I agree with. But what does Dr. Umar always talk about? The black family, the black family, the black family, the nuclear family. We need this and that. You find out this man got kids that he ain't even taking care of nor acknowledging. He's a deadbeat. I mean, I don't know how many times we find out about the black men in the Black Panther movement that was taking all the credit that black women were doing. They was raping black women, assaulting them, beating the brakes off of them. But all of a sudden, because a Negro, excuse me, I'm not even about to edit my words, because a nigga gets a podcast mic and sits up there and pretends that he cares about black women and says a few nice validating things, now all of a sudden you know the nigga. Now all of a sudden he cool. Now all of a sudden, because he got a black wife, as if niggas don't beat the brakes off their wives or do bad things to them every day. That don't mean nothing either. And I say this as having a beautiful black husband that is respectful, would never do that. But I'm saying I only trust him because I know him. If I didn't know him and he just made a page, I'm not about to be like, yeah, I know that man. I know he right. He a good black man. He's a good man, Savannah. I just don't get it. How many times do black women have to be let down before they starting a Negro in the negative first? Hey, I don't trust you until I know you personally, until I know you for 10 years, until I seen you 10 years, 15 years in the field, dedicating your life to black women, where I see for sure actions. You just want to believe what a nigga says because he got online? Like, I can't. And then the
You're
same women
right.
that
You're
believe like
right,
this,
sis.
he in my DMs talking to me like, oh, I found out that this man was only, he DM'd me after the live, and then he was trying to get the draws. It was one lady that was telling me, it was this one black guy. I'm not even about to be messy and drop names. She told me that he would be in lives all the time, talk about black queen this, black queen that. He DM'd me a whole bunch of times, talk about you're a black queen. I like your outspoken passion, all of this other stuff. I'm looking at this Negro like, man, first of all, I'm married. Number two, you're weird and corny. I don't care what you talk about. What your words don't move me. They don't validate me. Why did a woman DM me not too long after that saying that he was lying to black women, pandering to black women to get nudes, to get pictures, to get them to come through, and so that he can have intercourse with them? And he was having intercourse with these black women and dropping them. He is still being lies to this day. I haven't said anything. And black women be like, oh, he's such a good man. Look at the things that he says. He understands what we going through. Like, we as black women have got to stop trusting men online. Like, I really just don't understand it. Like, it's really driving me crazy. Like, it's really pissing me off. And then the fact that men are
You're right.
behind this whole situation between all of these women beefing. Oh, what? A white T-man and a black man with a snow bunny. And all of these black women are going at each other, mad at each other, and all of this stuff, while those still goofies are still going and enjoying their life and enjoying their cash apps from women. Like, we've got to take men out of the equation. Period. They've got to go. They got to go. And I'm
You're
being real with
right.
this. They gotta go. They gotta go.
I'm like triggered. Like I just want to say this because you're absolutely right. You're absolutely right. And this is what pisses me off is that I don't like us being in fight with each other over these men. Fuck these men. We need to be in community with each other as women because we know what's going on with the men, right? This is more reason why we should be more in commune with each other. I want to be in commune with my sisters. Fuck these men, okay? Like, everything you're saying is absolute facts. Fuck all of them, right? We need to be in commune with each other.
Can I just say too, Nisi, that I think the reason why it's hard to be in commune with each other is because of the fact that we are so much more inclined to give each other all the smoke that we wouldn't give to a man when a man does it, and we have a natural inclination to find a way to divert the blame back to a woman or the responsibility. And that is something that, like, as women we need to unpack. But I've noticed it, like, we'll have all the energy, we'll have all the smoke for like correcting a woman who's doing something harmful, but like men, no. So to Triggered's point, here we are. I'm not in it, but like I've been hearing it and kind of like, man, like what's going on? Here we are, hours and hours and hours talking about it. You have another live of black men laughing at us. Ty's live, ha ha ha, look at them thinking that a man could come to their defense and now he turned out to be a pet. So they're laughing at us. We're talking about it. Two black women are in it, and here they are still out there, probably running around with none the wiser, nor do they care, right? Like, about the fact that because we still have to do the work of unpacking the centeredness that we have around men. We are still here finding a way to be fighting with each other instead of just saying, well, let's take that one on the chin. That was a freaking L. That was an L. Like, it was an L. We shouldn't have trusted him. But that's how I feel about it. That's why I said, like, I'm like, I don't think there should be a man that's ever the face of a movement for women, ever. And I do think one thing I did want to say was, I think like this don't care attitude, I saw it on both sides, right? The side that says, hey, let's run our platform the way we want. And then the side that says, hey, like, block me if you disagree with my opinion. Both sides exhibiting like a don't care attitude. And I guess maybe I'm like on the section that like I'm the pansy that cares too much, right? But like, I think like sometimes we as black women, we are unapologetic, and that's beautiful. But sometimes we take our unapologetic attitude too far, where we tend to now not realize that we're harming other women, right? And even if it's something that maybe we've never seen ourselves, if it's another woman's reality, the least we can do is listen. Like, that's the least we can do. We don't have to agree. We don't have to say, hey, oh man, I saw that. Yeah, I see that. We could just say, like, hey, you know what? I'm going to listen. Simply because if you're a woman and you're telling me something's harming you, I'm just going to listen. Like, that's what I've been doing this all day. Literally, just listening, because I don't know the situation, but I do think on both sides, I see kind of like a don't care attitude. And I also think I don't, and supervillain, I know, listen, like, you're tougher than me, so don't go too hard on me. I told you, I'm the pansy, okay? I care too much. I've already owned that about myself. That's something I can't get over. Other women do it better than me, but I'm just being for real. And this is not me wagging my finger on at anybody. I'm just simply saying that everybody has a journey, and like the unapologetic side of it, my approach to other Black women is not mine.
Definitely not
Like
apology.
really quickly before you say that, supervillain, like pretty, I agree with everything you and Triggered are saying. I completely agree with. My thing is that, you know what, y'all are both right in the sense, we as women, we should not be letting people manipulate us, right? We should understand when we're being manipulated, right? I think that we should honestly just give each other grace, because like even though people don't agree with me, like even with here, I'm never gonna, Triggered is my sister for life. I don't care if she doesn't agree with me. She can, like, she's somebody I respect enough. If she tells me I'm wrong, I'm going to listen to her. Pretty, if you tell me I'm wrong, I'm gonna listen to you. T, if you tell me I'm wrong, I'm gonna listen to you. Same thing with supervillain. I'm gonna, because I respect y'all that much. I respect y'all that much, and I appreciate y'all that much. Yeah, maybe sometimes we do need to realize that these men don't mean us no good.
Say real quick with the controversial Shannon, I post when he was calling Black women bitches, bitchs. I'm sorry, Trigger. When they calling them bitchs, yes, it's on my page. You follow me. Let me see if I follow you. I followed you back. You can go on my page and you can go see it for yourself. And I said it. I put it there for anyone that's following me to see it, and I still see those women still on those pages. So I do not believe, and no, I don't believe what women be saying, that they ready to supposedly take down the patriarchy, dismantle this, dismantle that. No, I don't. I'm gonna keep it a buck. A lot of women do not got what it takes, and that means turning your back on a man that you actually like. I don't think
Gotta
women.
say
I
this
don't
really
think women.
quickly,
Yeah,
please.
go ahead. Go ahead.
I'm gonna say this, and please, pretty intellectual. I love you down. You are
I
so
love you
educated.
too.
I think you are such a beautiful woman, and something you said was so important. We all in, all of us are in different spaces in our journey. So, and I can't help if it comes off as a I don't care attitude. I'm going to say you're fairly new to the space. You are green. You remind me of a young me, to be honest. Absolutely. It's going to be a time and a place where you're going to learn some hard lessons. And I guarantee, and it may not even take you as long as it took me, you're going to sound like me. If it might be a couple years, if you're still on this TikTok, I promise you. Again, we're all in our different journeys. Like I was saying to T, we've been there, done that. One lesson you are going to learn, and it's going to be the hard way. It's the only way to make it stick. Everybody's not going to make it, and you got to be okay with everybody not agreeing with what you got to say. That is a lesson I learned the hard way, and it stuck. This is why when I say if you need to block me, if I'm harmful, it's not about being facetious. It's not about saying I don't care. It's about saying that I've been doing this a while, a long time, that my patience has worn thin. I'm gonna give y'all the perfect example. Wireless. Wireless does not even do if you notice, Wireless only goes live a certain amount of times, and she only lets a certain amount of people in her live, and she does absolutely positively no men. Wireless was a G when I was coming in green, right? I'm not sure if you know about her. She don't even play these games anymore, and I was even noticing, wow, I can see how she ended up like this. It's this is my thing. We have to be able to, and by the way, I don't find it a problem if we don't agree. I don't even have a problem with us having discourse. We are human beings. Like, I don't know where in feminism it said that we're always going to get along, and then also we say black women aren't a monolith. We're gonna have polarizing, opposing of views. Like I said all the time, I'm here in trigger space all the time, and one of our fundamentals in our lives are opposing views. And I can still be in her space, and she is so gracious to still allow me in her space. We need to get to the point where if we don't agree, right, on something, it is okay. How do we navigate and talk up and set boundaries and talk about the things we do agree on and set goals on that? T is my bestie up here outside the app. Me and T have opposing views on some fundamental things. I talk to T 100 times a day, every single day, because we are having real conversations. Triggered this space. I know a lot of y'all not used to this space. Over here, we have real conversations. We have hard conversations because we understand we're not going to agree on everything. But at the end of the day, as long as what the woman chooses, if it's her choice, we can't argue with that. There have been women that my mutuals are besties with, and I wouldn't spit on them if they were on fire. Does that mean I wish they don't have the autonomy or all the rights a woman should have? I absolutely believe they should be able to do whatever the hell they want to do. I'm not going to sit down at a crab boil with them. We have to understand it's okay. I'm not embarrassed about this fight because I know women are flawed and women are human beings. I don't hold women to respectability politics. These niggas out here are walking demons and we praise them every day, but women can't make mistakes. Women can't look bad once in a while. I don't do that. That's why I said I'm not doing the holier than thou thing. I'm sorry. And I'm not saying you can't say your grievances online. My thing is when it comes to the comparing, when it comes to the selective outrage, because let's keep it a buck. When it comes to that other side, this is outside of the whole man thing that was, because actually the whole live is about defending that white dude. It wasn't about the big rift that happened between Lynn and Yellow. That came up, I don't know, whatever. That came up and it came up. But my thing is, how can we function and it be okay we don't agree on everything? Because I do it very well. Again, I'm in a space with a woman who we fundamentally don't have the same views when it comes to relationships. I'm a separatist feminist. I say I say F these dudes. It's all men to me. Trigger is in a beautiful, wonderful relationship. Her husband is a G. I've been on panels with him. Okay? We can function in the same space. When can we learn to do that? We're not always going to agree, and you're going to be okay if somebody don't want to listen to your point of view or don't agree with you. You got to learn how to navigate accordingly. I've been doing this too long. It wasn't about I don't care. It's that I'm not going to make you happy, and I'm not going to sacrifice my happiness. I'm going to sacrifice my happiness so you can feel comfortable. Period. That's it. And I love you, pretty intellectual. You know what I'm saying? I love how green you are. I love hearing you talk. You are so educated. I have a 16-year-old. If she is a tenth like you, I would be so happy. I know I did my job. But I'm also going to tell you, you're going to end up in a space sounding like me. I don't know how soon, but if you're on this track, you're going to learn the hard lesson that everybody's not going to make it, and you're going to have to be okay with that.
All right, all right. Let me go up here to
She is that girl.
let me go up here to my divinity and then T, and then I'll let everybody else finish out what they have to say, and then I'm gonna go ahead and end the live because we've been doing this live for 4 hours, y'all. It's been a long time. All right, go ahead, my divinity.
Y'all, why do black women keep trusting men online who pander and grift? One of the reasons I feel like they keep doing this kind of stuff is because I think that women from the time that they were younger did not choose to learn to love themselves, or they probably were not taught to love themselves. And I think that for some of these women who are having these issues, they've placed more value on their looks than they have on making sure that they were beautiful internally as well. Because when Supervillain was talking earlier, and you kept saying that you don't think it's about colorism, I think it's about just having a nasty spirit, a nasty attitude, and using your looks to me get away with it. And but when it comes to the trust in the men, I feel like they put their value on their looks and the validation for men. I feel like it has a lot to do with wanting validation, with wanting PENIS. I'm just gonna keep it real. And I feel like there is like low key competition between all of them for whatever reason. And I also feel like, I'm gonna say this, but I honestly feel like the way that the way that I heard a lot of them talking is very strange, because it's so much talk about supporting Black women, but the way that I personally have seen a lot of the behaviors from all of them, both sides, that is just wild to me. I feel like there needs to be some self-love journeys. I feel like there needs to be some shadow work that needs to be done, because the validation from men and supporting them and throwing other women under the bus for these men is the wildest thing to me. But then say that you're decentering men, that just doesn't make any sense. I also feel that we talk about men's egos a lot, but I don't feel like we talk about women's egos. And I feel like a lot of these women, some of them that were on this panel today, I feel like their egos were inflated due to them getting so much attention from looking how they look. But then at the same time, I'm sorry, I lost my train of thought. Their egos, yeah, the ego issue comes from insecurity. I feel like it's insecurity, and I don't know if they're lonely on the inside. I don't know if they don't like themselves. I'm not really sure what it is, but to go around and be as harmful as I've witnessed these people be to other people that simply didn't agree with them, all in the name of supporting a man, whether he broke or not. That's not even your husband. That's not even your boyfriend. That's not even a single man. And all of this stuff is just, it's honestly ridiculous. I feel like they want to be noticed. A lot of them will say, well, they've had their fathers, but at the same time, you acting like you a fatherless daughter, the way that you're acting. I don't know why women haven't figured out yet that for the most part, they cannot trust men, especially BOK men. But as soon as they start talking the way that these women's experience have been and they validate them, it's almost like these women melt, especially when they hear these men talking and holding other men accountable. I'm not even talking about Jeff. I could care less about him. But in my opinion, the mean spiritedness of these women has everything, in my opinion, to do with what's in their soul. Because you cannot be a happy person. You cannot be a loving person. You cannot be, in my opinion, a good-hearted person if you can go around tearing women down the way that they have. You just can't. All, again, in the name of a man who's not even yours, who's married. That's just very strange. That's all I wanted to say.
Okay. All right. All right. Was it T? You had something to say, T?
Yeah, like I said, I guess go have a seat, please. Like I said, like just to like finish up what I said, like I don't believe that a lot of women are ready to do that so-called unpacking to basically do what is necessary for the, for women. I really don't believe it. I think a lot of women talk a good game but when it comes to the actions, it is not, they won't do it. And it's like you said, I think it is about validation, or it's about, I'm gonna just keep it a buck real quick if I can hurry up and just try to say it as fast as I can. Women have a lot of problem with yielding to the better woman. And I don't have that issue as a woman. I don't have that issue as a woman to yield to another woman that is better than me. I have never been jealous of another woman. I've seen women all the time that look at women and say they look better than me, and I'll go, shit, you do actually. I'm not even gonna agree. I'm disagree. You do look good. You're gorgeous. I have no problem stating to other women that they. Yeah, I know, harmonic. I know it's annoying. I'm just saying. I have no problem saying another woman is smarter than me. And y'all, you hear me all the time, Trick. I be bigging up Jazzy. I big up another content creator named Goldie. I big up like Storyteller. I have no problem handing the baton to another woman and say you got it. And I think that's a lot of problem with our so-called sisterhood. A lot of women don't want to do that. And a lot of women do. I do believe that women don't believe that. I'm sorry to say it like that. I believe that women don't think that they're strong enough to even fight this fight like they're saying that they claiming. While, I think it's all just a front, just to look like they're strong. But in reality, they really do believe that, no, we need men. No, we need men by our side. No, we do. We need men. And that's the part that they don't want to say out loud, which I think they have said actually on other panels, just that we didn't catch it. At least I caught it. I was like, okay, it's a lack of confidence that you don't feel like you can do this on your own. Okay, absolutely. And this is how dudes like the panderers can thrive, because of women have a lack of confidence in themselves and everything. So, yeah, that's like I said, that's basically it. I seen women up on this app. Every time is a mess going on between the women on this app. It's always some dude. It's always some dude that's in it. Either he's in a dress, or he got a broken wrist, or he's a panderer, or he's white tea and a man. They all got something to do. All behind it is a damn man. I have been attacked all because I do not agree about men. I've never been attacked on my disagreements on a woman, but I have been attacked on my disagreements when it came to a man. And that shit is mind boggling. That's just very confusing to me. So that's why I said I don't believe in, like I said, like I keep saying out loud, I don't like liberal feminism. It doesn't make any sense to me. Even my girl Jazzy is saying, like, if you look at her recent posts and stuff, even she's getting tired of it. Even she's getting tired of them. And that's basically all I'm going to say. And that's why I feel super villain, like she's saying. I guess it's because we went through the fire. I've been, like I said, had lives about me, or because or because I have a supposedly opposing views, and people want to act like, they holier than Christ, and they just gotta fix the world. Like, we just gotta fix the world. We need to liberate everybody, and don't gatekeep. You don't gatekeep, but you want everyone, but you want to liberate everybody. That makes no sense. The number one person you got to protect is your damn self. And if you are making bad choices, as I see up on this app, the feminist, so-called feminist, womenist women, whatever they want to call themselves, you're already making bad choices, choosing the men to be on your side. I would not want to be side by side with those women in the time of battle, because I do feel like you're weak. And I don't like weak links. I don't like weak links in my chains. I really don't. That's just my opinion. I'm on Harriet Tubman. That pew, that Audi that she had, that pew she had. Keep in mind, everybody, it was not just for the white tea man. It was for other slaves. It was for other black people too. That's all I'm gonna say.
All right, T. I'm gonna go down here to Nisi and then Supervillain, and then I'll say something too. But I'll wait till all you guys speak first. Did you have something to say, Nisi?
Yes, I want to say, like, I completely agree 100% what T was saying. Like, honestly, like, we as women, and I get it sometimes that we are too empathetic, that we're always thinking of other people, and this is why people expect us to be entitled to our labor. People feel like they're entitled to our labor because we're so empathetic, and sometimes we don't need to be as empathetic. I agree with everything that T said. And one thing I want to say to the ladies on the panel is, including you, Trigger, like, you ladies inspire me so much. I love y'all talking points. I love everything y'all have to say. And you know what? Honestly, F these men. Like, F these men. I don't care who it is. Like, I only care about us. I care about us. I care about us. And we're the most important, because if we don't care about ourselves, nobody is going to care about us. We have to stop pouring from empty cups. We have to stop trying to do that. We have to pour into ourselves. We have to pour into ourselves. And I'll land with that.
Okay. All right.
I got you, sis.
All right. Let me go over here to Supervillain. You have something to say, Supervillain?
Thank you, Triggered. I just want to end by saying that again, everybody is entitled to their opinion. I don't know where down the line on this app in the last 4 or 5 years. I've always been mean. I've always been harsh. I've always been offensive. So I don't even understand where the surprise and stuff is coming from. I'm gonna say this, just like T said, Harriet Tubman, one of my favorite superheroes, and she didn't get where she got being nice or caring if everybody agreed with what she felt. I'm gonna say this, Trigger. Thank you for having this space, and I want y'all to come back on tomorrow's topic. Let's fill up the room and engage in the comments tomorrow when we're not talking about mess, when we're actually over here unpacking and talking and having real conversations. I invite the same woman back over here to do this. We'll see what happens tomorrow, Triggered. I yield.
All right, all right. Thank you. I just wanted to say, I just wanted to. I plan on just talking about men that pander because me just thinking about the men that pander that I've already said that I have very strong feelings about. I'm actually disgusted by, and also being just disgusted by men being offered a protection from Black women that Black women are not offered in return. That just kind of made me kind of sick to my stomach. Like I say it all the time on my YouTube channel, but I don't believe in giving men any grace. I don't believe in giving men a second chance, third chance, fourth chance. You got one chance with me, one shot. That's it. No more. And I think that the average everyday man should get literally zero grace from you. So to see women that I do believe are intelligent women, extend this to men, I don't know. It's just something that doesn't sit right in my soul. But hopefully, everybody got a chance to express themselves. I feel like even though some of the ladies disagree with one another, I still feel like everything was as respectful as it could be when having a disagreement. I'm just not here to, really police anybody. I just want the space that I have to be contrary to what the lady said yesterday. On one of them, I want a safe space for Black women specifically. I don't mind saying that. I don't feel like I have to be inclusive and say, oh no, all women or oh, men are included too. No, I mean my lives, my spaces, my videos, my channel, my everything is strictly for Black women only. Okay? It is only for womb carriers, period. If you got Franks and Beans, you used to have Franks and Beans, yeah, this not for you, period. And I will forever say that, and I see no problem with centering Black women. And if you're a Black woman and you have a problem with me centering Black women, I really need you to tell me why. Because Black women are literally the only group that are shamed at having community for each other. For saying, hey, no, we just wanted to be us over here. And people always want to take from Black women and then say that we don't offer anything, that we don't have any value or we don't have any worth. Like, I'm not here for that. We do have worth. We do have value. That's why everybody wants to come and cheat off our paper. You know what I'm saying? So I am unapologetic in saying that this space that I'm ever at is only for Black women, only for Black women, only for Black women, and it will always be for Black women. And you will never, ever, ever catch me defending no men on this channel. I'm sorry. I can't do it, and I won't do it. You know what I'm saying? I'm not defending a man and putting down a Black woman. I refuse to do it. So I just wanted to say that, but hopefully, like I said, the best thing about being a Black woman or being part of a sisterhood is that we can have disagreements, we can have things, and at the end of the day, we can come back together as sisters. And even if we can't, at least we can agree to disagree respectfully, because, people like to make it like women are all sunshine and candy, but we're all human beings. And sometimes we might not like each other or we might have a disagreement, but I think that we still having tough conversations and still at the end of the day is the best thing that we can do. So I just want to say, if you're a Black woman listening to this, I love you. You're awesome. You're amazing. You're special. You're valuable. There's nobody better than you, Black woman. All right. And I don't mind saying that. Other people may be afraid to say this, say, oh no, what about all these other women? I don't care about all these other women. We are the vulnerable demographic here. We need to make this all about us so that we as a collective can grow better, grow more, be better, be greater, not be taken advantage of, be happy, healthy, mentally stable, financially stable, all of that. And the only way we can do that is by centering each other and speaking life into each other. And that's all I wanted to say. But everything might not always be pretty, but we can still come together at the end of the day. And so that's all I want to say. I want to get off my soapbox. But I love y'all. I love y'all. I love y'all. And as long as there is breath in my body, I will always uplift the Black woman. Period. All right. So anyway, I will see y'all later. I hope y'all have a great rest of y'all weekend. And if you like this live or anything like that, y'all can click on my page. I have a YouTube channel. The link is in my bio. Just click on it and you can watch videos. I upload one every day at 6 a.m. Monday through Sunday, every day. I upload a video at 6 a.m. All right, I'll see y'all later. Well, 6 a.m. Central Standard Time. All right, see y'all.